welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, another edition here of the Patches Patch Clash number 17 5.4K edition. I'm of course SI VIP, which means I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chats, and of course by this insane patch as well. Let's get into it. Oh my god. Let's jump into the game itself, and then we can discuss a little bit as to what the hell we're casting. You're spawning in the bottom right hand corner of At Attorney's Edge. We do have the Ukrainian random player. He is random and he does land as Zerg. The purple Zerg representing Hokage T team. It is Hacker is Tough. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the green Terran player representing the Ladder Legends. It is Bonyo. Let's go. Let us go. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Let's delve into our initial ZVT. And this is a little bit different here. Welcome one and all. Welcome to a Patches Patch Mod tournament. So Patches, he is a map maker, community member of course, and he has made his own balance mod, which has changed almost everything. Like it's too much to catch up with, and it's very overwhelming, very overwhelming. Of course, I'll actually leave a document link in the chat, so you can have a look yourselves at some of the changes, Pap. But there are so many upgrades added. So many units have been changed, so many interactions. I think examples of this is like Warp Gate was heavily changed as well, where if you warp in with a proxy pylon or a proxy across the map, then you warp in without any shields, for example. A bunch of buildings can be salvaged when it comes to the Terran side of things. A bunch of upgrades were added as well to units like Reaper, for example, to units like Cyclone. Like a bunch of different changes have been made. A bunch of upgrades have been added. A bunch of upgrades have been consolidated as well. The Queen can morph into a Swarm Queen. Roaches at Hive Tech, they can turn into one supply. Like that. It's crazy, baby. It's crazy. For now, though, we're opening up with a late hatchery. Late hatchery here. Early pool, early gas. Link speed stays in gas. Looks like a Bane Bust. Looks like Hacker's Top. Yep, there we go. Bane Bust is on the way. Hacker's Top is looking to just end the game early. Oh no, the Reaper! Reaper gets caught out. Ponyo, not like this. Back at home is going double gas. Oh my god, what the hell's going on? Double gas opener. Faster factory in TVZ is insane, by the way. But this does mean that he does have access to an earlier Hellion. So Hellion production has begun, Balin is still on the way, and thanks to the weird build here by Ponyo in a TVZ to open up one base, does mean that Hellion production is going to be available early, and it does mean he does have an answer to the Bane Bust. Oh boy. It comes down to the Hellion volleys, it comes down to the Hellion control. As the Bane Bust is coming. Now, bearing in mind that Ponyo, no SCV Scout. Ooh, no SCV Scout out of Ponyo. So Ponyo, he's playing in the dark. He does not know. He doesn't know how late the hatchery is. He doesn't know how early the gases are, more importantly, and he's not aware of the continued gas income. And that's also due to the lack of SCV Scout, and also due to the lack of Reaper, as Reaper was surrounded. Baneling's going to be waddling in, and we're looking to knock down that depot wall. It's going to be 5 Banelings. The wall is breaking all this around. Lings, they come in. We need to save that Hellion. Save the Hellion. Save the world. Get out of here. The Hellion does pull away. Lings, they do get into the mineral line, and so far the boys are being pulled, and we are defending. Ponyo, he does defend. He does hold. Oh no, the Bailing! no, he's attacking. Massive connection in the mineral line. Insane connection. The boys, they hug the Bailing, and now they're one shot away from going down. They're one shot away. Lings, they flood in. The workers are falling. Insane damage here. 10 workers going down. And the wall's still open. The wall is still open here. We're going double factory. Double factory. Hellion to Slackwood. If given time, of course, then we will be able to defend. But we saw more Lings flooding across the map. They're flooding as we speak, and we have Banelings on the way. GG. GG gets called, and Hacker's Top takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG well played does take a lead in the series. Again, a crazy initial start to the game, but so much going awry there for Ponyo. Just so unfortunate there was no SCV Scout, and he lost that first Reaper. Losing that first Reaper was huge, as it did mean that he did not know what was coming his way. If he was fully aware of the all-in coming ahead of time, then he can throw down a bunker. He can secure that ramp, secure that wall, and ensure that he actually had a defense moving forward. Likewise, we would not have seen going Hellion into Tech Lab was crazy, by the way. Hellion is a Tech Lab, delaying the second Hellion even further, delaying any kind of defense. It did feel like Ponyo was maybe not respecting the aggression all-in that Hacker's Top is known for, and with that, it did fall apart there. But let's go. Let's go. Let's jump into our next game. Let's jump into game number 2, and we'll see if Ponyo can survive or can actually open up in a bit of a safer manner, if he can scout what's going on, because Hacker's Top is known for cheese. He's known for all-ins. He always, I don't know if you noticed, but he is a random player, but he always does announce his race. He always announces his race. He never lies or anything like that, but expect an all-in. 1 base all-in, 2 base all-in, proxies, cheese. Hacker's Top is hyper aggressive, and scouting is going to be paramount. And here we go, spawning in the top right hand corner does let his opponent know that he has landed on Terran, of course. We have the purple Terran player representing representing Hokago T team. It is Hacker is Top. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the green Terran player, the green Terran player himself representing Team Ladder Legends. It is Ponyo. Let's go. Let us go. So we are going to be settling in. Second CC was much too. I mean, a lot of it came down to just lack of confirmation, right? If you recall, the early lings were revealed to the Reaper, which meant early pool timing, but Ponyo just didn't know how like the gas timing, right? He wasn't aware about the gas timing. He didn't know how dedicated it was. So it all just comes down to trying to confirm what exactly Hacker's Top is up to. It's all about scouting. So far, double gas opener once again out of Ponyo into a faster factory. Meanwhile, Hacker's Top is going for a single gas opener himself. Interesting. 2-racks Reaper here out of Hacker's Top. Did I say 2-racks Reaper? My apologies. Going 3-racks Reaper. Okay. Oh boy. So we are once again being hyper aggressive in a different form, in a different manner, of course. Now, I do favor Ponyo's position because the earlier second gas. That means that Ponyo is getting a faster factory. And once again, just like last game, he's going for a faster Hellion. So earlier Hellion production and a more defensive setup here, as long as you don't get caught out, and he will be favored against the Mass Reaper of Hacker's Top, assuming that he preserves his Hellions. Now, first things first, of course, is scouting. This is risky. So remember, Ponyo knows that his opponent's Terran, and okay, SCV Scouts. Thank God. He does SCV Scout. He doesn't go further in. He doesn't go further in. He sees the racks on the high ground. He sees one gas geyser on the right hand side. He doesn't check to see if extra racks is being taken or if extra gas is being taken as well. So very incomplete information here by Ponyo, and as a result of that, he's rallying across. This is okay. Thank God. I was gonna say if he rallies across, then he's at risk of losing the Reaper, which would be brutal. But again, he still comes back, I would say, too soon. He comes back too early without really confirming what's going on, and he has to be so careful with his first Reaper, and likewise with the first Hellion, not to get surrounded. A lot of this will come down to the reaction time. Comes down to the reaction time of Ponyo getting a CC on location, which again is fine, considering that he doesn't really know what's going on. Hellion's on the way, getting into his reactor, into Reactor Reaper Hellion. And again, I'm going to be concerned if he does decide to move out. Bearing in mind that Hacker's Top does have the Reaper advantage. And Ponyo will shoot first. He will shoot first, gets first volley off, and he'll be able to, doesn't quite trade. One Reaper goes down, already a rough start. Now he sees all 3 Reapers, now he knows. He's now aware about the extra Raxes. CC's going to be delayed. And now it's go time. Now it's going to be go time here. I wouldn't be opposed to, at this stage of the game, it might be a little bit too early to pre-pull the boys. He's just rallying out more Reapers and more Hellions. But again, he has to make sure he does not lose this army. No, here makes sense. Oh my god. Does take extra volleys. Yeah, some rough movement there by Ponyo. Rough movement. And again, this early on, individual unit micro is so important. Oh, nice volley. The army does stack. One Reaper goes down. Nice Hellion shots. Nice Hellion volleys. Behind this, we have more Reapers on the way. And I believe this is the new Reaper upgrade. So we spoke earlier, this is a custom mod, a custom balance mod, and I believe there are Reaper upgrades. First Hellion goes down. Oof. The units do stack up for moments here, but no, both Hellions will fall. And in the end, Ponyo, he's barely holding on, he barely does defend, but behind this, we still have more Reapers on the way. Now, very quickly here, is this the grenade upgrade where it does more damage to buildings? I'll have to double check. Hold on. I'm tabbing out. Hold on. Reaper, new upgrade, enhanced munitions and U238 rounds. Okay. Increased damage to light. I believe this is U238 rounds, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, yeah, there we go. It's right there written on the right. So now he has extra range and extra damage. Oh no! Does have extra range, picks off the Marines. Cyclone does pop out in time, and Cyclone will help defend. Bonnie, he's holding on. He's holding, he's defending. Does chase back. Hackers up gets caught out. Ooh, and the Reapers, nice auto turret. We'll be able to focus on one of the Reapers, 2 Reapers even. Cyclone does fall, and what do we have behind this? Do we have any more Cyclones? No. No additional Cyclones in production. Ooh, but the Reapers are thrown away. What is holding? He's holding on, and more importantly, he maintains control of the low ground. He does have that base advantage. Bearing in mind that Hacker's Top has been one base all in this entire time, the natural just now being taken. So Ponyo has the greater economy. And there was potential there for Hacker's Top to snowball out of control, but he failed to preserve the Reapers. Did fail to build them up over time. The lack of additional Cyclone is concerning. He's going for a tank follow-up instead. And until the tank pops, yeah, more Marines are going to be going down. No safety bunker. But the tank has arrived. Reapers are getting to the mineral line. And timing on the tank, he dives! Can he focus on the Marine? Oh my god, not close enough. Yeah, not close enough. Massive tank shots. Bonyo's holding. And we're still making more Reapers, by the way. we're still going mass Reaper back. Yeah. He's not stopping. Dips into the main. Third CC is delayed. Bearing in mind we have a third base finishing up here for Hacker's Top. More CV kills. Okay, 3, 4, 5 SCVs. I should very quickly reiterate as well that with the new upgrade here for the Reaper has extra range and does bonus damage to light units. So it does have more micro potential. Scans, spots the tank. Looking for another way in. Behind this, taking a bit of sim into bio. Hacker's Top is transitioning. Oh, and due to all the worker damage here, Hacker's Top is actually ahead of the worker count. He's up in workers, he has map control, third base is being now taken. So a stronger economy here for Hacker's Top, which is something that I rarely say. True. Because he's so cheesy, because he's hyper aggressive, we don't often get to see Hacker's Top with a 3-base setup. And thankfully there's a second tank on the high ground. We have our second tank. Third base not being taken. This is a little bit greedy considering that Ponyo does not have map control, so he's going to have to fight for his third. And he's playing into bio and not back. And the base is denied. I believe enhanced munitions was not upgraded. Yeah, just U-23 shells. I'm dying a little bit. Ponyo does attempt to expand. Back at home, we're still saturating, still building up into our 1-1 upgrades. Stim, bio, combat shields, bio tank. Both players working towards the same kind of main army composition. Reapers that make their way into the main. They stay out of range of the tank. That's 2 SCV kills. Ooh, even denying one of the upgrades. That's a kill. Sorry, that's a kill. That's a kill in the racks. Reapers, they do pull away. Third base now being taken. We'll see if Hacker's Top does rotate over towards that northern third. Back at home, how many Marines do we actually have here? Only 8. So we do see Hacker's Top, he's got half the Marine count. When it comes to tank count, we're even. Bonyo moves out, he gets spotted. Ooh, yeah, spotted by the Reapers. And they will check the expansion. That's 2 fresh mules. Yeah, 2 fresh mules are going to be denied. Bonyo does unload, does catch a tank. Very nice catch. 1 tank goes down, but the Reapers have come back. The Reapers have come back just around. 1 tank did fall, down to 2. But once again, the third base is being denied. And at least the third is going to be saved. At least the SCVs weren't killed. But Hacker's Top is now upper base mining. So he still has a greater economy. Bonyo rotating back around. Hacker's Top does move in. Yeah, it does commit. Tanks do siege. Massive tank shots. Oh my god. Yeah, tank blows to the army. The opposing tanks are too far back. Yeah, they're not a factor here. That's a lot of auto turrets. Oh my god. That's a lot of turrets. And the blast is they're still going to be cleaned up. Still going to be cleaned up, still going to be denied. Tank volley is going up. Ooh, stimming into tank range. Yeah, bold move here. He will lose the tank. Oh, I'll pick up. Nice save. Still lose both. Yeah, both tanks, they still go down, and with that Hacker's Top, he's done it. He breaks on through. There's, what, 3 Marines left? Once again, Bonyo just cannot mine, cannot expand. Is contained. He's contained back. Does get on top of the tank at least. But the tank survives. GG gets called, and Hacker's Top will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played, congratulations. Hacker's Top does claim the series. I can also step on you. He was able to at least hold his own somewhat here in game number 2, survive the early game and build up in towards the mid game. Unfortunately, was not quite able to claim the third, to claim and maintain the third base economy. He was just contained. He was just lacking map control, of course. Was able to build up his tank count and build up his bio army. That is true, but he couldn't quite expand, couldn't quite build up into a proper 3-base saturation. Was caught out instead. GG. GG, well played. Very chaotic early game, but again, shout out on you for surviving said early game regardless, and to be able to build up into somewhat of a back and forth, more so than game 1, of course. GG. GG, well played. Oh. And with that, Hacker's Top, he's waiting for the winner of Greenert and Tonsi. And we are going to be waiting for that series to wrap up. So good. But I believe they are mid-series, and we can take this moment here to have a look at the bracket itself. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. What we do have quite a lot to get into, and once again, this is a unique tournament. This is a 5.4k MR event, which means that players that are above that cannot compete, and players that are above that, I believe, are allowed to off-race. So that is why you do see, for example, Deathmars. Deathmars, he's in the, let's zoom in a little bit here. But Deathmars here at the top of the bracket, as you can see here, he is playing as Zerg, not his main race as Protoss, so there is some off-racing going on. Sometimes you see like Mixu or Fiant or some of these other players also off-racing. So Deathmars will be off-racing here. We have Hushang, we have Ryojin, Papi from Bolivia. We have Zardians as well. I would imagine Zardian would off-race. I think Zardian's main race has to be more than 5.4k, right? As Terran, I would imagine. We have Greenert, J Money, Perceive, not to be confused with Percival, bear that in mind. Perceive is a different Korean player, or different player entirely. Greenert, Tonsi, and Hacker is top. I'm also bearing in mind this is double elimination, so there's a lot of games to be played, a lot of matches go on. The lower bracket is going to be best of ones for the most part until the lower bracket finals, which is a best of 3. Bear that in mind when it comes to the format. So if you're a fan of Bonyo, do not fret, do not worry, because Bonyo will still be able to compete in the lower bracket. Here's a chance to recover and to bounce back. Otherwise, we're going to be, again, waiting for Greenert and Tonsi to wrap up their match. It also gives us a moment to catch up with the rules and with the balance changes themselves. Once again, it is a very overwhelming kind of balance patch, just because so many changes have been made. There are some like grander spanning changes that we already kind of covered. For example, like the warping mechanic. The warping mechanic, that's a big one, of course, for Protoss, and hopefully we get to experience a little bit of Protoss at some point in this tournament to showcase the change to the warp-in and to showcase the change to the Dark Shrine, for example, to DTs and to other units of the like. Likewise, when it comes to Zerg, as I mentioned before, the biggest changes for the Queen. The Queen now is reduced in its own capabilities, has, I believe, less DPS output. I think it even has less range as well. It's just a little bit less useful defensively. Has been nerfed, but to try to counteract that, so they've introduced a morph in for the Queen. The Queen can now morph into a Swarm Queen, which does have extra DPS capabilities, but you do need an Evo Chamber. Evo Chamber is required to morph them in. I think that's a bit of a newer change as well. Like I've casted this mod before, and that was not a part of the previous patch. So once again, hopefully we get to experience a little bit of that. Obviously Zerg players are not as prevalent nowadays, but I mean, Def Mars is off racing, for example. We have J Money, who's a Zerg player. We have Ryojin, also a Zerg player as well. I think Faye is a Zerg player. I don't think I've casted much of Faye, but I believe Faye may also be Zerg as well. So there's some Zerg representation. I know in the past these events were more dominant by Terran and Protoss, but we have a nice wide array of players here. True. Just catching up. Should enable tooltips. Yeah, I did. Tooltips. Hold on. Okay, we're good. Hackers can play a decent macro game. He can. He often does not, but he can for sure. Sure, patches might improve StarCraft, but patches make StarCraft better. Ah, I see what you did there. Spoiler currently, he has that 5.7k account, but I said it's fine because he has 3 games last 2 years. I think that's in reference to Zardians. Okay. Take your word on that one. So, as I usually rate Zardians a little bit highly, but currently might be lower in MMR. I know that recently, one of the reasons for that might be because Zardian's been playing a lot of SC Evo as of late. A lot of StarCraft Evolution. Phase 5.2k Zerg. Ah, there you go. Yeah, all good. I think coming into this event, if we were, as we do have an X series here, we do have an update in the bracket. As you can see, Greenert takes on Tone C 2-0, and we have Greenert versus Hackers Top. That is going to be our next matchup. That is going to be our next series. Just reaching out and just setting up. Okay. And this is where Greenert, I believe he is very familiar with the patch itself. I mean, obviously he's made his own, but I do want to say that Greenert is coming in as one of the favorite players here. I was actually going to go over the bracket itself, but coming into this, if we were casting on a regular patch, on the regular base game, I think I would say that, who do I favor here? I'd actually say Zardian. I'd probably say Zardians alongside Def Mars would be the 2 favorite players in this tournament. But Def Mars is off racing as Zerg, and I have no idea how good a Zerg is. And again, I haven't been able to cover much Faye, for example. I believe Faye did perform quite well in the previous patches tournaments. In previous patch clashes, so I'm curious to see how, and likewise, obviously this is a very expansive and very in-depth mod that changes so much of the game, where any like preconceived notions, like I don't know if I can really have too much stock in them, right? I don't know really what my expectations should be coming into this, which makes this a little bit more refreshing, a little bit more fun. I'm sure there are certain players that might be a little bit lower in MMR on the base game ladder, but if they're a little bit more well versed and familiar with the mod itself, then they can use that to their advantage, of course, and catch your opponent off guard, or just make use of certain units that are otherwise strengthened that the other player might be less familiar with as well. So we'll see. We shall see. As Vita's underway. Oh, there you go. Def Mars, he won the last tournament with Zerg. Oh, there you go. Fair enough. Este Def Mars. Is he favored? Maybe. But for now, I guess we're going to be going on a very short break. Going to be going on a short break here, and when we come back, we'll have an X series. We'll have Greenert and Hackers Top once their Vitas are done. See you soon. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We have returned with the Patches Patch Clash for 5.4K number 17 edition. We've returned. We returned here with the second round, and I didn't realize what I was stepping into. We're jumping into a random versus random. Oh boy. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of at Attorney's Edge, we do have the Ukrainian Protoss player. We have the purple Protoss representing Hacker is Top. Sorry, god damn it, representing Hokage T team. Hey. It is Hacker is Top. True, and spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the random player landing on Zerg. We have the teal Zerg player representing Born Gosu. It is a Greenert. Let's go. Let us go. Blame Patches. What are we talking about? Oh no, not like this. But here we go. We're going to be settling into our next game. Going to be settling into our fresh series, I should say. Now, both players did let each other know. Hackerstop did let him know that he's Protoss. Greenert did let Hackerstop know that he is Zerg as well. Of course, this is not required in competitive play or in ladder or in any kind of scenario. But our players here, Hackerstop especially, is known for always telling his opponents what race he is playing. So there's no kind of like RNG advantage or anything like that. Both players are fully aware, and we'll see how we approach our fresh series here. Again, I haven't really casted much Zerg in this matchup or in this mod, so I don't really know what to expect too much. Obviously, there's like grander, later hive tech upgrades. I believe there's like a Hydra upgrade as well, and there are further ways to like just bolster the army. But in general, we'll see how the matchup has changed, if at all. Let's go. Let us go. Imagine, Pappy, imagine. As we're going to be settling in, I think some of the changes, some of the other more fun changes were made were changes to the Zealots. I believe Charge was reworked, and now you can actually target Charge on, you know, on the ground, for example. Which honestly sounds really fun. Oh no. No. But now Hatch got full standard opener here by Greenert. Likewise, Hackerstop back at home going for a standard opener as well. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Hackerstop is known for being hyper aggressive and hyper cheesy, but so far everything's looking normal on two bases. We can still turn this into a two-base all-in. Speaking of Twilight Council. Yep, Twilight Council opener in towards, I would imagine, Glaive Adepts. We'll keep an eye on the gases to see if he does pull out a gas or if he stays in, whether we go into Glaives or into a Dark Shrine. As those are some of the more common follow-ups here. But once again, especially with certain changes made to certain units, we might even see, like, say, a two-base charge all-in, a pseudo-German taxi, sorry, German taxi, like a Soul Train-esque all-in, I should say. But now Green is joining, saturating, building up. Adepts are going to be on the way. Here come Glaives. You can see here that we're staying 3 and 3 in gas. With the excess gas resources, instead of going up to 4-gate Glaives, we might even go up to 6 gates. We'll see. Something else to take note of is that there's no Robo. Without a Robo, this might even be a more macro build. It might even be like 3-gate Glaives into a third. Often, if there's no Robo, you can spend those extra resources on an expansion. For now, we have 4 gateways. So never mind. So 4 gate setup. And we'll see if you throw down another 2. We shall see. Alright, my apologies. I forgot about the Gamba. The Gamba. True. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets. Pappy, place your bets. Charge like Stim. Yeah. Honestly, that's one of my favorite changes, I think. Just the change to charge to be able to use it to, like, zoom away or zoom in. Boost away, boost in. Meanwhile, the expansions are being taken. As we mentioned before, we were waiting to see if we were going to throw down 2 more gateways or a Robo or an expansion, and it is going to be the Nexus. So this is a macro variation of Glaive Adepts with a faster base. Adepts have been spotted. And back at home, did we skip the Roach Warren? The answer is yes. No Roach Warren, no Bailey Nest, no Eva Chamber. We're going Lair first into 4 gases. Are we going 2-base Muta? Wait, what? Very gas heavy. We could go into a Hydrogen as well, but my concern here is lack of Bailings and lack of Roaches. It's going to be a difficult defense, especially with Queens being worse. Like, remember, the Queens are weaker here. Uh-oh. Yeah, Ling's getting caught out, and this is getting out of hand. He's going 2-base Muta. He's crazy. Aye, aye. Adepts are going to be shading in. Now, thankfully, there's no prism with this, and we will surround. A nice surround. Collapsing on the Adepts. Despite that, they will break through. Yeah, Lings are being cleaned up. Queen's getting low as well. Oh, boy. That's one Queen goes down. 2 Queens go down. As I mentioned before, the Queens are significantly weaker than they once were, but thankfully no reinforcements. Imagine if we had an extra wave of Adepts on the way. That would have just been game, to be fair. Like, to be honest, if we had like an extra wave moving out, they would have gone out of hand. As this was a brutal trade here for Green Earths. We'll clean this up. 3 drones go down. We'll lose 42 Lings. 42 Lings, 2 Queens, and a handful of drones. Again, thankfully for Green Earths, Hackerstop was not reinforcing. Thankfully. Likewise, Hackerstop did scout the tech, did see the gases, did see the lair as well, but did not see the Spire itself. Spire is almost done, but here comes the next wave. Ooh, boy. The next wave is coming. We do have another upgrade on the way. Tooltips is not working. Oh, the Lings, they bust into the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down, but doesn't matter. Ooh, as Greener was supply blocked. Yeah, he was supply blocked. We have 5 meters on the way. Adepts are busting into the mineral lines. Third base is going to be going down. And that is the Astral Cannon. The hell is that? Hold on, I just... Oh, my man. New upgrade. Grants Adepts anti-air? Wait, what? They can attack the Muta? That's crazy. That's insane. They can shoot up. Oh, no. Adepts can shoot up. That Green Earth has nothing. Even the Mutas won't save him. Oh, not even the Mutas. Mutas dying to Adepts. True, just mass Adept, but that's all you need. Who needs Link Stalkers? Just make more Adepts. Funnily enough, Adepts will kill Mutas faster than Stalkers as well. Like, that's crazy. Oh no. GG. GG, well played. Ah. You're a clown, Patches. You're a clown. I mean, with added anti-air here, it does mean that Adepts have more longevity. They do. They straight up, they just have more longevity here as a viable units coming in towards the mid game. And and with that, GG well played. And Hackerstop, he will take a lead in the series. No, they're all blaming Patches. That's insane, man. That's insane. But to be fair, that's also on Greener. As we mentioned, trying to defend against Masquerade Adepts without Roach Worm, without a Baneless is very, very difficult. And especially in this patch, in this mod, where the Queen is weaker than previously, and where Adepts can be upgraded to attack in the air, it is, I would say, a requirement to go into either Roaches or Banelings to survive that early to mid game. Here, Greener, he was being a little bit cheeky, trying to go into Muta play, trying to go into Spire, but alas, no. That is not a viable tech path to get into. No one up against Mass Muta. No. Let's go. Let's go. As they load into game number 2. Gonna be loading into Washout. He does scout the Spire. Oh, my apologies if I looked at the when I looked at his vision, maybe I'm blind. I saw he sold the lair, but I didn't see the Spire. But maybe he did. Maybe he did. Tooltip setting is weird. Always toggles off after each game. Oh my god, lovely. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Washout, we have the Canadian. Oh, sorry. The other player. We have the Ukrainian Protoss player. We have the purple Protoss, I mean random, landing as Protoss. Representing her cargo T team, it is Hacker is top. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the random player landing this time as Terran from the land of Canada. Representing Born Gosu, it is Green Earth. Let's go. Let us go. Go. Just catching up. Let's go. Let's go. True, true. We'll see how our players do explore our next game here, though, as Greener does open up CC first. Okay, CC first on the high ground. Interesting. A greedy build, but a little bit of a safer variation here by Greener. Setting up on the high ground. True, true. Patches is a Protoss player. I mean, this we know. If you've seen his stream, she loves him so much. But thank you so much, Jojo Power Ranger with the Twitch Prime. God, oh my God, thank you so much for subscribing. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 5 month subscription. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the content of the casting of the StarCraft. I hope you enjoy this as well, as again, this is a bit of a break from the typical 1v1 base game format that we do cover. Here, taking a bit of a break from that and embracing something a little bit different, embracing Patches Mod. Oh boy, I feel like we need like an official name for this. We need like outside of just the Patches Mod. We'll figure it out. It needs its own title. I guess it still fits, but like, yeah. I was thinking like Chaos Mod or something like that, you know, like give it its own title. For now, we're building up. CC first into our additional Raxes. Balanced Mod, true. That's what it is. And we'll see how Hacker's Top does adjust as well. So earlier we're going to be opening up with Concussive Shot Marauders, and we can turn this into a 3-Rax follow-up or a 2-on-1. So we'll keep an eye on the follow-up here if it goes for another Rax, into a heavy stim timing, or into a factory, into starport, into drop play instead. Meanwhile, we spoke about Charge earlier, and Charge is on the way. Now, we kind of like touched on it a little bit. For those that are curious, Charge is now an ability that you can target on the ground, so you can use it to push into an army or to retreat away. Right, so you can kind of use it in different associations, different directions, which you do appreciate. Just adds a bunch more micro-ability to the Zealot itself, which I'm all for. Meanwhile, we have the answer. It is going to be a 2-on-1. 2-on-1 factory is on the way, working towards said starport, said medevac production as well. 2-on-1s are a rarer side here against Protoss, but does catch a Stalker. Very nice. One Stalker goes down. Hacker's Top does at least scout the heavy bio army. Behind this, it could be a faster TC. There could be a 3-Rax follow-up, a 4-Rax. Hacker's Top is not fully aware. Not yet. This is claiming his 3rd. Still building up his gateways. There's that starport, there's the eventual medevac production. Reactors on the way for the Avalon swap. Alright, I believe there was another change made to the Zealots. I believe there's a shield change, if I'm not mistaken. Kinetic Safeguard, there you go. So think of it, it's almost a little bit like the Immortal Shield, where when a Zealot does charge in, shields are added, shields are granted for a couple of seconds. But again, that is a separate upgrade. As Greener going for a bit of a beyond move out, pushing pre-stim. Stim is not done, medevac's not done either. Greener, he does move in early on. No battery. Let's cash out a couple of workers. That's going to be 1, 2 probes going down. Nice bake-offs. Hacker's Hub coming in from behind. Collapsing in the army. Oh my god, wait, what? Wait, was that a Nexus ability? Oh my god. As we collapse in the army, Marine's going to be cleaned up, and with that completely shut down. Nice target firing here on the workers. 6 probes do fall, but nice cleanup here by Hacker's Top. And was that a Nexus ability to shield overcharge? Wait, did we get rid of the shield battery? Is that why? Oh, I see. I was curious. Okay, no. Okay, there's still a shield battery. Okay, shield battery still does exist, but now we have more. Yo, we heard you like shields. We got more shields back. Removed energy overcharge, added shield overcharge on the Nexus. Okay, so you target an area and you add shields to those units, even overshield as well. Crazy. Oh, the shields. Oh, no. Wait, can you do the shield ability on like an immortal with activated shields as well? That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Speaking of shields, we have the shield upgrade on the way for the charge lots. Once again, that does mean that shields are activated when Zealots charge in. You'll see it here. God, Patches just added shields to everything. Speaking of, there they are. Yeah, Zealots collapse in. Thankfully, thanks to the positioning, we do still focus on the pylon, Twilight Council as well. Sorry, Temple Archives meant to say. Cybercore, God, it's all merging together. It's very early in the morning. It's like we're still waking up. We'll get there. We'll get there. As Greener does push out. Behind this, getting a second factory. Third TC is on the way. And so far, Hacker's Drop, I believe, is not spotted the army, but he does have Storm. Ooh, in a couple of seconds. Needs a little bit more time. Zealot's going to be collapsing in. Yeah, from here, they're charging forward. Nice positioning behind the middle line. Where's the Storm? 5 seconds away. 3, 2, 1. Storm is done. Up, up. Oh, my God. Oh, the new effect. True, we have the new effect. Yeah, Storm does connect. High Tempo going to be focused down. Nice target firing there from Greener. Not a bad trade. Greener, he may have lost his army, but he did kill every single High Templar. That was miscontrol at a Hacker's top. True. I believe the Storm was changed as well. I mean, also showcasing the different effects. Let's have a look. Okay, Storm cast range was increased. Storm radius was decreased. And Storm damage was decreased as well. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Should they change the Storm visual just to reflect that it is a little bit weaker? So shorter radius, less damage over time. Okay, we're locked in. Premier Job's getting called out. Thankfully, no High Temple with the main army. We can still just keep pushing though. We can keep going. Was the shield upgrade added to the Stalker? I want to say there was another change made, right? Maybe it was range. As Greener does hold. Yo, Hellbats was okay, sure. Let's go. New upgrade: Tachyon emitters. Increase Stalker attack range by 1. Okay. Attack range. Yo, but Patches, have you thought about adding shields to Stalkers though? Have you? Am I crazy? Is that like a co-op upgrade or Storm Defense? I appreciate the new effect that was made, by the way, for the Storm. Do you like it? Oh my God, it's a bit of a misrally. Yeah, throwing away charge lots. Throwing away supply. Greener, she's holding his own. But bearing in mind we still have 3 more Storms available. There's still a lot of Storms. It's having the army. Storming these zones. But now it does explain why earlier in the series Hackersoft did mention that Storm is like immortal. Sorry, Protoss is like immortal in the early game due to the shield change, the addition of the shields. How strong it really is, I mean, you have to find out. Because they drop in. Soul trades here by Hackersoft. And Greener, she's being bullied back. Going into Blue Flame. Okay, Blue Flame is on the way. Just now finishing. Oof, catching a part of the army. And Blue Flame will help against the Zealots, at least, but there's barely any. And more Storm in the main army. Oof, once again catching up. Oh my God, we said it, the Storms! He stands in. Does less damage, but still. And we blink forward. We're going to be focusing on the Marauders one after the other. Yeah, Greener, he's just being overwhelmed. We're snowballing out of control. Hackers hope he breaks through. The Hellbats, they hold their own for a time. More Zealots going to be rallying in. GG gets called, and Hackersoft will claim the series 2-0. GG. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Hacker's top, he will claim the series, he'll advance on, and he will take down Greener. Greener is going to be knocked down to the lower brackets. Once again, every game, we're kind of learning a little bit more and gaining a little bit more information about the mod itself. Again, this, at least in my eyes, this was a new change. The fact that the Nexus now has, we've removed NG overcharge, now we have the shield overcharge instead, which is going to be a very powerful defensive tool, especially early on. We saw that one time, but I don't think there's any prerequisite for it, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's just available to you. So to have that added extra defense, of course, to each of the bases. True. Likewise, reminded of the shield charge. The shield charge lots. I'm sure we'll experience more as well. Sure, we'll get there as we do have updates. Deathmars takes on Faye 2-0. Deathmars up against Ryojin in another ZVZ. Oh, the ZVZs, they continue in the upper portion of the bracket. Meanwhile, scoring down, we have Perceive. Perceive takes on J Money 2-0 up against Zardian to the next round, where it goes up against Hacker is Top. And we'll most likely be waiting for that. Waiting for Zardian and Perceive to wrap up their match and to follow them into Hacker is Top. That is the goal. So we're just looking. Likewise, bearing in mind that if you're a fan of Greener, do not worry, because there is a lower bracket. As you can see down here, Greener, he's up against Najisu in the lower bracket. So we have Chovka takes on Void 1-0. These are the best of ones. Bonyo takes on Tonsi. Bonyo takes on Faye as well. Ooh, big win there by Bonyo. I was rating Faye quite highly, but no, Bonyo does actually overwhelm and does maybe even cause an upset there. Waiting for the winner of Hushang and J Money. Is waiting, but of course we're focusing on the upper brackets, and again we're going to be waiting for Zardian and Perceive to wrap up their game to follow them into either their next game or into Hacker is Top. Here we go. As they are Okay. We're jumping. It looks like we are tied at 1-1. We're tied at 1-1. God, I always mess up the capitalization of Zardian. We're jumping into Zardian to versus Perceive. Now, Perceive, he does often play as Terran or Protoss, depending on the occasion. I believe he usually plays Protoss against Terran. I believe. We are tied up. Just catching up. Storm lasts less time and deals less total damage, but damage rate is increased. Is it? I thought it was decreased. I thought it was 1 moment. Oh, no, wait, you're correct. Yeah. It was increased. As in, staying in the storm is more punishing, but it lasts less time. Yes. That is correct. Oh, Hellbat / Hellions with Blue Flame also have additional bonus versus shields. Interesting. Okay. It's an interesting way to try to make them more viable, right? Just because I will say they are, I don't know if I want to say useless. Obviously, they have their niche when it comes to mech versus Protoss, which you do see at the pro level from players like Clem, from players like Cure as well. When it comes to harassing and just being a buffer unit, but actually giving them a little bit more viability and giving them a little bit more use in a main fight is an interesting change, for sure. Interesting change. as we do have our ace match. It's going to be on washout once again. See hackers up in the chat. Curious how PvT will play out of Terramix Ghosts. What changes were made to Ghosts? Let's see. What changes were made? Alright, there was a cooldown added to Snipe. Snipe no longer cancel. Oh, I remember that. I remember. Snipe no longer cancelled while upon taking damage. Light tag was removed. Interesting. Where do we go? Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of washouts, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the yellow Protoss. The yellow Protoss himself. It is Perceived. It's Perceived. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the pink Terran player representing Team Hyper 1. It is Zodiant. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats. Bearing in mind, we are jumping in mid-series. We're jumping into game number 3, the ace match. The winner of the series will advance on the face-off against Hacker Sub. Let's go. Let us go. Why can't we spectate the other games? What do you mean by that? But we can only be in one game at a time. Ah. Raven doesn't need Tech Lab. Okay, go. Why aren't you casting 3 series at once? True, true. 3 at once. All the monitors. Aye, aye, aye. Get 4 PCs and a 4 HDMI capture card. I mean, technically, if your PC is good enough, could you try to like run another instance of Windows, so then you can like run another SC2 client at the same time? I'm sure there's a way to like run multiple instances of SC2 on one PC somehow. So you have multiple accounts, and then you can like switch between them in some way. Like, maybe. Before everything catching on fire. I've never played StarCraft, but I watch lots. Still don't understand. But with all 3 races being a bit of a rock paper scissors situation, is it all pretty balanced? For the most part, yes. Bearing in mind that we are playing on a unique mod. This is a unique balance mod, which, despite it being called a balance mod, it's a little bit more experimental, is what I will say. It's a little bit more experimental. We're just testing things out, you know, changing things every now and then as well, having a little bit more fun with it. Generally, yes. I don't know if I would say it's rock paper scissors next. Specifically when it comes to like the base game SC2. Obviously there are some things that are stronger, some things that are weaker. Certain styles are more favored over other styles, and certain things the full out of meta, of course. Certain things are less viable. Yeah, for the most part, I would say it's in a balanced game state, but obviously, I would say that right now there are definitely a lot of issues when it comes to certain styles being forced over others, and that would be probably a negative thing. There is a balance patch in the works, from my understanding. What exactly is in it, I don't think anyone really knows, but there is definitely one on the horizon. And I hope that does change some things as well. I would say that the highest level for the most part in the history of StarCraft, especially in recent years, it has been pretty like balanced between the top players. Obviously with like some variances here and there. A lot of it does come down to players. Like I'm referring to like Serral, Hero, Clem, like the best of the best. Like they still excel in their own way and they're still very close in skill. There we go. Here we go. We are going to be diving in, and we are getting into mech. Okay, we're getting into mech accelerators. Radiant. Let's see. Zardian's setting up for a mech style here. Going to be opening up with his Banshees. Lycos will keep an eye on any other changes. Meanwhile, Perceive opening up Stargate into additional Phoenixes. Checking his vision here, we have seen nothing across the map. Is blindly making Phoenixes, and we'll have that anti-air for said Banshees. I believe there is no detection currently. Yeah, no detection. Banshee does move in, but we do have a Revelation eventually. There it is. Yeah, Revelation does land. Banshee is dealt with. We already had batteries set up in the mineral lines as well. I'm curious how the previous series had actually panned out. Referring to Game 1 and Game 2, the previous games. Whether this is a style that Zardian has been relying on. As he is known for mech. True. He's known for mech. Even in base SC2. To play mech against Protoss. Not afraid. So players are building up into bases. Likewise, Perceive is also taking up as well. We have Charge on the way, +1. He's taking up quite heavily, actually. Working towards Charge, +1. Temple Archives and a Robo as well. So very, very tech heavy. Does mean those armies are much weaker, and if we did see an earlier push, then Zardian could overwhelm. But due to the mech composition, does take a little bit longer to really build up. So we are slowly amassing. Cast 4 at once. Yeah, I think I remember that Crank and Wardy, they have 2 PCs running whenever they cast, so it does mean that they can have they do have multiple instances of SC2, and I don't know if Wardy does it anymore, but he used to get into multiple games at once, and then they could flip between them basically, because he'd run two computers. I know that was a thing for a while. I think it still is. That's where we pull the boys. A nice cleanup here from Perceive, catching up the army. Ooh, does punish. Does punish. Perceive going to be forcing Zardian back. Building up into a more Widowmine heavy composition. Interesting. Interesting that it's mine and not Hellion Cyclone. Especially considering what we were told earlier regarding the new upgrade and regarding Blue Flame, how now we have bonus damage to shields. I'm curious if Zardian is aware of that. I would assume that Hellions would fare a little bit better than mines in this kind of position, but I mean, I guess they both have the same role. Or a similar role. So now we're building up. And we're calming down. We're going to build up into a longer game state here. Perceive claiming his own 4th and taking one of the hybrid bases. Welcome to Washout, of course. This is one of the TLMC maps and does have a bunch of hybrid expansions, bottom right and top left as well. That's one of the big features of Washout. And I'll be honest, I think this is maybe the first time that I'm seeing a player take a 4th base in this map. we cast so many all-ins on Washout where this base just never comes into play. But finally, we're claiming control of the hybrid expansions. It's happening. Let's go. Ooh. Very nice mine connections. Mine shots moving up. Cyclone's just nibbling away at the army. Catching out 6 probes. So far, so good. Once again, the goal here is to just drag the army into the minefield. Get some free damage. Oh, speaking of, Maestro connects. Very nice connection. Zardian's still rallying. With a Bay now on the way for Perceive. It's an interesting composition here, especially because I feel like you typically use these Phoenixes to harass somewhat, to get into mineral lines. There are no turrets, by the way. There are no turrets in any of the bases, actually. So there's a lot of potential damage, but Perceive never moved out. He never did move out with his Phoenixes specifically. Never did use them to harass. So I feel like there's some wasted potential here for Perceive's army. Mines just gonna be popping up. That's a lot of mines. Oh my god, the Zealous Sage get annihilated. They clean up the mines though. So a bit of a trade. Doing up trading. Azadian pulls away. Behind this Ducklings are in 4th expansion. And Perceive is still building up. Okay, Colossal production has not begun, making 2 Colossi at a time. Extendable lengths as well. Still building up. No doubts, but it's experimental, you know. We appreciate the leaps and bounds and changes that you've made, Patches. We appreciate it. Crazy, baby, crazy. Starting shading up more zealots. Just shave up. Behind this, we're not really taking into any particular direction here. Still focusing purely on Cyclone Mine. Oh, getting punished for it when we don't have any more mines behind this. And now setting up. Oof. The mine's popping off. We just walk into the mine. Oh my god! Calm down, Perceive. Walks into the minefield, and now we can punish all of this. By the way, Immortals that will not make it back home. Brutal lock-ons. Yeah, catching up one, catching up both Immortals. And that was the army, by the way. Sure, we have some Colossus, but again, we have to warp in, we have to reinforce. Some brutal losses there for Perceive, and Zardian is almost maxed. He's almost maxed out, and again, purely on Cyclone Mine. We got a Liberator on the way. We have a little bit more complexity being added. We just commit in. We're still holding on to those mines. Another Zealots! Oh, they do clump up. Massive connections. We never got the upgrade. I was a little bit curious, but yeah, despite being so Zealot heavy, we never got the shield upgrade, which would have helped quite immensely, actually, even when it comes to cleaning up these mines. So no shield upgrade. We haven't really embraced any of the new upgrades, period, here for Perceive. Interesting. Has he played in this tournament before? Maybe Patches can let us know. Is Perceive aware of the changes? I noticed earlier he didn't use the shields, the shield overcharge either. I didn't notice that in the initial defense, which I found a little bit weird. Has he been playing not knowing that we're that there are like a bunch of changes made? Is that what's happening? Because there've been a couple of moments here where we've been lacking like the shield overcharge, which I feel like is a little bit more commonplace, or there's plenty of moments where even here where we can just pop off. He might not know. Yo, meanwhile, big shout Paolo, baby. God, baby. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you guys had a great stream. Hope you guys had a great ladder session. I do apologize for missing the alert earlier. Paolo. Gracias, baby. Gracias. Hopefully he's still around. But thank you so much. Sorry, it's still early morning here in Australia, so I'm still waking up, baby. I'm still waking up. But gracias, Paolo. Gracias. Give him a shout out. Oh, yo, wait, we're actually taking up? Okay. Tank production has begun. Building a bit of Cyclones as well. 11:30 is so early? Well, I mean, we typically go to bed at what? The thermal tournament ended at like 5 a.m. and I woke up at 9. So I'm working on 4 hours of sleep. I mean, oh Jesus, brutal mind connections. But for those that don't know, we do admin New Thermal Suju Circuit, which was playing last night. Ended at around 5 a.m. We do admin. So if I was a normal human being, I'd still be asleep right now. Ah, smudge. Oof. 26 pros getting called out. I mean, hey, the Colossus, they're holding their own. Building up to 3 Colossus. He's played multiple times. Okay, good. Fair enough. I say that because, like, he, despite having like a pretty regular composition with a bunch of upgrades available to him, is the thing, right? Like Stalker upgrades, Zealot upgrades. Like, I feel like a bunch of the changes or what this game mode really brings to the table are just all these upgrades available to all these units, and it's like, nah, he's I didn't care about any of them. He blinks into the tank like he's crazy. Oh my god. The Perceive! Patience, is that you? What just happened? he blinked into the tank spamming. Oh, he's crazy. No, the Prism as well. Well then. Oh, God. Protoss players, look away, Bappy, look away. He A moved in and just tabbed out of the game, which is... Oh no. Not like this. Feels perceived, man. Feels perceived. Well then, I mean that was game. Up until that moment, like he could still play this out. By the way, like he had a comparable economy and he can build up into more upgrades, into more bases, of course. But he just lost everything. Ah, okay. Ah, okay. Meanwhile, I don't even know what these changes are. One moment. We have like 2 different upgrades on the way that I have not seen before. New upgrade, shockwave missiles, which I believe is what we're seeing here. Managed to attack the fire missiles in the line. GG, well played. We're not going to see it. But interesting. Banshees have splash damage now. That's crazy. We're not going to see it, but it does require the fusion core. But GG, well played. Zardian 2 will claim the series. He will advance on into the next round. GG, well played. Again, interesting play from Perceive. He, for the most part, was holding his own. He was playing very passive, though. He was playing really passive. He couldn't really get past the halfway mark. He was just trying to hold his own, defend, and survive. Once again, our biggest criticism of Perceive was that he just wasn't really making use of any of the new features available to him, and new functions as well, which is really weird. When it came to the base shield battery overcharge, when it came to the further upgrades as well, to actually help benefit his Zealots, help benefit his Stalkers, his core gateway units, didn't really make use of any of that, and alas, he had some really rough engagements. Of course, sure, towards the end he just blinked into a tank line, but even before that, he was constantly being baited into the minefields and being kited by the cyclones as well. It was quite a brutal sight there. But GG, well played. And Zardians will claim the series. And once again, a big shout to Cats. I did miss the initial raid earlier, but thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. And welcome everyone. Welcome to the Patches Patch Clash. This is a tournament that does feature a unique mod. This is not the base game this is not the base game. This is a unique mod that does add a bunch of upgrades and does adjust a bunch of units as well, and does have its own unique quirk and spin to things. More so than we're used to seeing here in StarCraft. And whether it's balanced or not, I mean, hard to say. I mean, probably not, but but you know, some bold changes were made, and it is definitely an ambitious mod, and I think more than anything, it does explore some kind of unique aspects. I think another unique change was like to the Infestor, how we have the return of the infested Terran and things of that nature, and there are definitely things that maybe work here, and maybe that we can think about bringing into, you know, the base game itself as a bit of a testing ground, if you will, to test out some unique ideas. But here we go. We're going to be loading into our next series. We're going to be jumping into our fresh best of 3. It is going to be a best of 3 between Hackers Top and Zardians. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of At Attorney's Edge, we have the purple Terran player. The purple Terran, we have the Ukrainian Terran playing random, landing on Terran. It is representing Hokage T-Team. It is Hacker is Top. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the green Terran player himself. The green Terran representing Team Hyper 1. It is Zardians. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. Perceive has him right where he wants him. True. It's fine. Balance was a secondary goal. I try my best, but it's too much crazy stuff to really know. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good, Spat. I like the idea as well that if anything is ever found to be like a little bit too overpowered, the idea of instead of nerfing it, buff something else, just add another upgrade. Just to, you know what? If Protoss is ever in any danger, patches, just add more shields. Just keep going. Just go all the way, baby, all the way. I was mentioning this earlier. Am I crazy? Isn't there like a co-op upgrade or like a campaign upgrade with stalkers that gain shields whenever they blink? Am I like hallucinating? I feel like that's like a thing somewhere, right? Is that like a DT thing or a stalker thing? Just add more shields. True. Just shield it up. And then nerf EMP. Aha. It's in the campaign. There you go. There you go. Crazy. Time to put in shields on your shields. I mean, technically, isn't that... I mean, technically, that's what the Immortals and Zealots have now, right? They have their base shields, and they have extra shields as well. Oh my god. Let's go. KDA charge. So Zardian does open up with one of our new upgrades, by the way. Opening up a 2-Rax Reaper, but with a bit of a twist. I believe that is a new KDA charge upgrade where we have a bonus damage to buildings. If you recall back in the day, this actually used to be a little bit more prevalent. Reapers used to actually destroy buildings quite quickly before they would change to more of a harassing unit. And this upgrade does allow for, I believe, the grenade to do bonus damage to shields or something of that nature. So we're going to try TVT. And likewise, we have 2-Rax Reaper out of Hacker's Top as well. So we have 2-Rax Reaper versus 2-Rax Reaper, getting into a 3rd Rax though for Zardian, committing even harder. We have U238 rounds on the way. This does increase the range of the Reaper by 1. So extra range, extra damage to light units from the side of Hacker's Top. But we're going to have an abundance of Reapers for Zardian. No, you just catch him. Late reaction. Gets one. One Reaper goes down. Massive pickoff. And here comes the Mass Reaper. Oh boy. Enhanced Munitions is what it's called. There you go. Enhanced Munitions. Looking for the name. As we dive in, we just camp the production. More Reapers are on the way, and this might just end. This might just end here and now. So just camp the production, and we can just go. Oh my god, the damage! Jesus. As we do have to decide what we want here. We're going for the upgrade. Can we deny? No, we should be able to repair. We should repair. As the tech cloud does get low, but the upgrade will complete. So far, Hacker's Top, he's holding. He is holding on. It's like we're just throwing C4 charges at the buildings. We're just oh my god. We're building up to 5, soon to be 7 Reapers. More Reapers, man. Bearing in mind that in a head-on fight here, the extra range upgrade is going to be more beneficial here to Hacker's Top. That is true. With that extra range. Bearing in mind that Zardi will have the abundance of Reapers though, as he is just now switching out. They're going for the add-on swap here into Hellion production, I would imagine. Zardians is going for a very delayed expansion. Likewise, so is Hacker's Top. Both still in one base. Both still in one expansion. Now we have U2 rounds on the way. Again, rushing into the anti-structure building upgrade here feels a little bit weird. I mean, obviously the goal would have been to overwhelm and then to deny the upgrade. That would have been huge. But the Tech Lab did survive. Still massing on more Reapers. Scan does actually get eyes on the CC, true. Third CC on the way, within range of the scan. Let's go. Was within range. And we're evening up those upgrades. Hacker's Top. I was curious what the factory was for as we were making our Hellion. So the factory was just for tech essentially, just to build up in towards Banshee play. Bearing in mind that nothing shoots up for Zardians, not yet at least. Just pure Reaper Hellion. That's a lot of Reaper Hellion, by the way. 12 Reapers, 5 Hellions. Crazy. And now with the upgrade finishing, Zardian, he's going to be heavily favored in a head-on fight. Obviously, he has no answer for the Banshee. But the sheer amount of burst damage here can overwhelm the ground forces and then bust into a mineral line. It's just a lot of DPS. Let's go. Zardian, he commits. And if these Reapers line up, and because there are so many of them, they will bunch up, the Hellion shots are going to be brutal. We got to spread. Oof. Boys are being pulled. The Hellion bullets on the Reapers, on the SCVs, more than anything. The SCVs are going down. 15 SCV kills, crazy damage. And in the end, Zardian has too much. He has too much. He does barely overwhelm. That's going to be 15 SCVs going down. Cleans up the final Reaper. And sieges up. Does siege up here. Nothing shoots up. It goes both ways. Oh no. Yeah, it does go both ways here. We have one Banshee coming in across the map. Liberated a siege. That's 0 mining in the main. 0 mining. No, the Cyclone. Cyclone does catch the Banshee. One Banshee goes down. There's still one Banshee left. But it's so delayed here. 24 CV kills. Banshee moves in. We finally get some counter damage, but by now it's too late. Right? It's too little too late. We have a Raven on the way. We have a Cyclone on the way as well. This would be nice if Hacker's Top didn't lose 24 perks. 24 CVs. Oh my god, does barely get away. Does barely escape. So from here we get building up a second factory. Attempted mech out of Hacker's Top. Oh boy, okay. Let's go. Oof. The Banshee falls. And there's not much to defend back at home. We're about to have one tank, thankfully, just in time. Despite that, Reapers are just busting into the mineral line. Jesus. Oh my god. What am I watching right now? They won't kill the factory, thankfully. It does catch fire. Jesus. Bust into the mineral line. There it is. It's going to be 10, 11 SCVs going down. Can we get 16? Can we get 20? Oh my god. 19 SCVs, almost 20 towards the end. Critical damage in the main. Slide as well, yeah. At this point, we're just too far behind, right? The economy's in the gutter here for Hackers Top. Ravens, they move in. They have their auto turrets. We're busting into the siege line. There are 3 tanks, though. Let's say 3, down to 2, down to 1. Down to 1 tank. Oof. The tank flow is going off. Vikings, they land, and Hackers Top does hold. Jeez, we're just rallying in. Calm down. Calm down. Oh, the lockdown is maintained. Tank does fall. Behind this, of course, Zardin still has his 3rd base and still building up behind this. Still going to Mass Reaper, by the way, which is interesting. Jesus. The Reapers, they don't stop. Oh, no. I mean, hey, why not? They can still make their way in. They still dive into the main. Still wants that factory. This time he's gonna get it. 2 more volleys. Oh, he does get it. Factory goes down. They're delaying the mech. 5 more CVs. I'd have to say shoot up in co-op too. They do? That's crazy. I mean, that's a separate thing, right? I could be mistaken, but I believe there is an arcade mode which is like 1v1 but with like co-op commanders. Or am I losing it? Like, that sounds like a thing that exists. I know there's arcade. There's like arcade, like maybe co-op 3v3 or something like that. Next update, Reapers can toggle fly to hit air with an upgrade. True, true. Oh no. Add an upgrade that's like the Warcraft 3, like the Warcraft 3 upgrade where Reapers, they can like jump up and then they can like hitch a ride and just be on top of like Vikings and on top of like Ravens and stuff. Like, just oh no. Have them mount air units with their jetpacks, and then just go to town. Complete with 12 bar commands. Yeah, I assume so. I remember that being a thing. Oh my god, what the hell was that? Wait, what? Yo, we have ion thrusters here. Okay. Yo, Vikings, they can zoom. Jesus. I didn't even notice. Hold on, what is this? I'm checking the documents. New upgrade, Armored Ignition, which is what we just saw. I think. It grants 4 armor to the Viking for 2 seconds after they transform. Jeez, oh god, they can zoom. Gives them a temporary boost after lifting into the air. Interesting. I mean, it's cool. We're dead, but it is cool to see. They can launch out, man. They can launch away. As natural base has been destroyed, Vikings forced to land. They might clean this up with the heavy Viking counts. Oh my god. True, they can lift and then land for extra shields, but GG. GG gets called, and with that, Zardians will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Zardian will take a lead in the series. Once again, winding it back, we had hyper aggression in the early game. We did have a 2-Rax Reaper out of Hacker's Top and 3-Rax Reaper out of Zardian. In the end, Zardian did overwhelm, did overrun, just going mass Reaper into Reaper Hellion. Initially, Hacker's Top was able to hold his own, that is true, but upgrades did eventually fall in favor of Zardian, and with his extra Hellions, would had extra splash damage, of course, to overwhelm the army. To overwhelm, to break on through, and to break that early game defense, and to cripple the economy. That was early on where the entire mineral line was destroyed. That was game. That was game. Then and there, when we saw Hacker's Top lose his natural mineral line, from there it was just too much to recover from, especially in a rare matchup. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be jumping into game number 2. Going to be jumping into Washout. Let's go. Jumping into Washout. Meanwhile, when it comes to the upper portion of the bracket, I believe it has been progressing, and Deathmars takes down Ryojin 2-0. Deathmars waiting for the winner of this series in the upper bracket finals. Let's go. Meanwhile, the lower bracket is progressing. We do have a couple of walkovers. We have some other results coming in. Hushang takes down J Money. Hushang takes down Bunya. Hushang waiting for the loser of, I think, this series. Meanwhile, looks like Green Earth is still waiting for Chufka and Perceive to wrap up their match. Still waiting. Oh, we have some forced maps in lower bracket. Okay, okay. Good to know. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Washout, we have the purple Protoss player. The purple Protoss representing Hacker, or representing Hokago T-Team. It is Hacker is top. Random and landing on Protoss, and spawning in the right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the green Terran player for Team Hyper 1. It is Zardiant. We get the point of view of the Marine in the missile turret. Ah, no. Not like this. Master Reapers is wild. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. I mean, again, the purpose of the upgrades, of course, is to give Reapers a little bit more viability. And in TBT, you can make an argument, of course, to commit into them when you're going to mech. But we'll see how our players do adjust, as we do have a very different matchup here. Once again, though, double gas at Zardiant, opening up with a faster factory. So racks in the factory. It's, oh my god, quick going for a Nexus rush. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Shell what you got now. What's the purpose of this? Well, remember, there's no like overcharge or anything like that, but there is that shield overcharge instead. So once a unit gets into the main base, we can actually provide shields with the Nexus. We can also, I guess, recall in, I suppose. Okay. As we have Zealous into Cybercore. Is this just for the recall? It has to be, right? Because we're going to fully wall off. Guess we're just gonna recall in. But how much can we recall? It's gonna be 2 zealots, maybe 3, maybe. Oh wait, okay, the boys are being cooled. Let's pull the boys. Remember, it's a faster factory build to begin with. But that is a lot of lost mine time already here. Oh my god, so many boys being pulled. Yeah, so many. We have 13 SCVs off the mineral line. And do we get the recall off? Does have the energy. There it is. Does recall in. Yeah, recalls in 2 zealots. I thought it was just going to be the zealots, but he recalls in the boys as well, of course. I'm thinking 2 standard, pappy. True, true. Yeah, recalls into the base here. Does get us around. Nice minute walking here by Zardiant, though. And Zardiant, he does come out on top. Yeah, he does surround. Better control here by Zardiant. Surrounds the probes. And that's gonna be all she wrote. Like, there's nothing left. There's unfortunately not enough energy for the shield battery overcharge either. So there's no shield overcharge. GG gets called, and Zardiant, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. And GG, well played again. There was not enough energy for the recall and the shield overcharge as well. It was going to be one or the other. So went for the recall, committed in, and just died. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Zardiant, who will claim the series. Wild move there by Hacker's top. But again, if Zardiant had some worse control when it came to surrounding units, when it came to mirror walking himself, then I can definitely see the probes excelling. But last, they got surrounded themselves, right? We saw the Hacker's top, he got surrounded, he got shut down. GG. GG, well played. Huh, crazy, crazy. I see Hackers up. I forgot you don't have energy after recalling. That's why I was like, you can do one or the other, pap. We don't have the energy for both. Oh no. S the Hacker is tough. SMH my head. Oh no. S the hacker. So GG well played with that. Zardian he will claim the series. He'll claim the series. He'll advance on into the grand final. Sorry, into the upper bracket finals. The upper brackets. Exclamation mark be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us catch on up. Un momento. As as we have our upper brackets, and in the upper bracket we have Deathmars. Deathmars, he took down Faye earlier, took down Ryojin, and we have Deathmars up against Zardiant in the upper bracket finals. Deathmars, he's a main race Protoss player, but because of the restrictions with his tournament, he is off racing as Zerg. He's going to be off racing. So we have Deathmars versus Zardian. Scrolling down, we do have Hacker's Top. He's up against Hushang in the lower brackets. We still have Perceive versus Jovka ongoing. I'm hoping they're actually playing their game, and I'm hoping they know it's a best of one. That's been ongoing for a long time, assuming that they're actually in-game. Winner goes up against Green Earth, then Ryojin, then the lower bracket finals. Gee, they're so fast. Oh my god. Let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Verdant Temple, we do have the yellow Zerg player representing 3D Clan. It is Deathmars. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the green Terran player representing Team Hyper 1. It is Zardians. Let's go. Let us go. Bearing in mind that these two are actually competing last night. Last night in the Thermal 2-2 circuit. They are some of the best 2-2 teams out there. 2-2 duos. They're some of the best, of course. They did excel. They did do well for themselves in the 2-2 circuit, and they're both good friends. Both good friends. We'll see how they compare to each other as we are going for the proxy hatch. Oh boy. It's the hatchery gets thrown down. Welcome to Verdant Temple. Verdant Temple is honestly a unique map in the map pool. I look forward to embracing more of it in the mid game, but not this time. Not this time, not this game, as the hatchery has been thrown down and we are going for some cheese. We're going for the proxy. Are we planning on spine rushing? We'll see if we pull the boys. See if workers do rally. For now, we're just saturating our bases. It is going to be hatch into pool. Sorry, hatch gas pool. Interesting. And currently Zardian is not aware. No SCV scout. No SCV scout, not yet. No vision, no awareness for the time being. And if you're in the chats, it is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. They're going to try all the upgrades. Sadly, I don't think Chop You mean Perceive? I don't see him getting any upgrades either. No. Do they know that they can play and that they have all these upgrades available? Hard to say. Hard to say. For now, the hatchery does complete. Hatchery does finish. Pool is finishing up as well. Do have a hatchery behind us as well, going for a delayed expansion. And now he knows. Yeah, now he sees, now he knows. We do have one spine on the way. One spine crawler. Bearing in mind as well that in this patch, the queen is weakened. It's a worse queen than we're used to seeing. Ooh, spine crawler is denied. And weakens around the queen. Like, I don't see this working. Like, like, aye. We have 10 lings in production. Dive on top of the Reaper. Reaper does kite back. Nice control. Oh no! Yeah, Reaper does kite back. Does kite away. This is at least denying some mining time. And the CC is delayed. But the queen gets surrounded. And queen does get surrounded. The tumor is going to finish just barely, forcing out a scan. The queen goes down. And this is becoming quite costly. So we're building up into a second queen. Second queen now on the way. I'll be honest, part of me feels like it might have been wiser to go into Hellions as a response to this instead of delaying and going for the Tech Lab into Cyclone. Like, considering how well the Reaper handled itself against the first Queen. But regardless, we'll still defend. Oh my god, the range. That's crazy. Everyone goes down. There. Here comes the Hellion follow-up. Hellion reinforcements. Another Queen goes down. That's 2 Queens falling. But the creep is spreading. Again, that first tumor was huge. The first tumor. It's all spreading from there. And Zardian, she's being denied the expansion. Death Mars is droning. Droning is saturating. Building up a greater economy. Especially upon forcing the lift. This is kind of worth it. Kind of. I mean, the scariest thing, of course, is going to be the counterattack. These Lings are going to be dealt with, and what is their home to defend? We have Ling Queen, but remember, the Queens are weaker than usual. So this counterattack might be brutal. So making Reactor Hellion. Getting to 5 Hellions. We'll see if Zardian ignores the hatchery or if he keeps going across the map. That's what I'm kind of curious about. Once the Lings are dealt with, of course. Lings, they pull away. Coming once around. Oh, they come in. Oh, he locks him down. Yeah, he locks down the Hellions. Ay. Brutal surround. That should not have happened. Zardian, the pants were down, papi. Ay. Zardian. Never mind. Death Mars, he's fine. He's perfectly fine here. He does surround the Hellions, does surround the Cyclones. Death Mars now he can drone, he can take up. Lair is on the way. Gas is being taken. We can go into 2-base Muta. We can go into 2-base Hydra. We got options. As there is no counterattack, not anymore. Not like this. The pants were down, back. Are they wanting them just to spite you? I mean, I would imagine that some of them just don't know. I unironically would not be surprised if Perceive is just unaware of the upgrades. Like that happened with Hero, if you remember. Like Hero, I think it was this patch for the base game where Hero he was playing, and I want to say like a couple of days in. We were playing the game, and then, like, I forgot what it was. I think he tried to NG overcharge, and he was like, wait, is the new patch live? Like, he just had no idea. No. Este Hero. Like, there was something that happened in the game that required the previous patch that did prompt him to recognize what was going on. But it was a while. When I say a while, like, you know, like 2 tournaments. Happens, baby. It happens. So now we're settling in. He does finally break out. So as he breaks out, we already have Roach Ravager amassing. Again, Death Mars just had so much free time to build up. Thanks to the surround earlier. And it's too late. Yeah, at this point it's too late. Sure, we have 2 Cyclones, but there's just so much Roach Ravager here. Zardian's being overwhelmed. Ling's taking away for a backstab. Hellions able to defend. Drop bullet into the main. He gets in. And Zardian's being pulled apart here. Cyclone going down as well. Brutal pickup. Ravager into the natural, breaks through the wall, and again, it's just too much momentum for the early game. Just such a delayed economy here for Zardian. He never got across the map, never counterattacked. Never got across. Oh, battle of the Liberator. Liberator does go down. So stepping into the main. He breaks in, and GG. GG, Deathmars. He will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, I was still on the fence about whether or not it was even worth it to go for the proxy hatchery, but again, everything changed when the Hellions got surrounded. Lings, they came out, they surrounded the Hellions, surrounded the first Cyclone as well, and that meant there was no counterattack, there was no backstab, there was nothing to threaten Deathmars across the map. And that was the moment where Deathmars kind of secured himself in that game to be able to build up his economy, take up into Lair, take his gases, into Roach Ravager, into Overwhelming, into what we saw come across the map. GG. GG, well played. With that, Deathmars, let's take a lead, and now we're going to be loading the game number 2, going to be loading into Lumen. Oh, for game 2. Let's go. Loading into game 2. Meanwhile, looks like we have some updates here. Looks like Perceive took down Jump Guard 1-0. Greener's, oh, hopefully Greener's okay. It looks like there was a walkover in lower bracket round 2. Perceive and Ryojin, they're currently mid-series. Okay. On Verdant Temple, actually. I'll be honest, I keep forgetting what Lumen is. I'm like, Lumen, oh. I haven't cast on Lumen before. It's like, oh no, wait, never mind. We've seen it before her. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. Bottom right-hand corner here of Lumen, we have the yellow Zerg player. We have the yellow Zerg player representing 3D Clan, leading the series 1-0. It is Deathmars. And spawning in this other hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the green Terran player, the green Terran himself representing Team Piper 1. It is Zardians. Let us go. As from here, once again, we have early pool. Early pool timing here from Deathmars. Does actually send his drone here across the map once again. Being as annoying as possible. This time, there is no proxy hatchery. Might even try to go for the gas seal just to keep it alive. That does pull away. It does pull away. It looks like Deathmars will expand on the low ground, avoiding the hybrid expansion, though. Okay. Let's go. Welcome to Lumen, though. Lumen is a new map in the TLMC22 map pool. It does have some hybrid expansions as the potential natural and third expansion, which we often do see players embrace early on, but no, Deathmars, he does go for the standard expansion instead. Interesting. Does expand here on the top side. Lings are amassing, bearing in mind, of course, we are going for a later gas. Going, oh, no Evo Chamber. Tempting. No chamber. Oh, the micro, the drone, he gets out. Just barely. Okay, we're still going for the early Evo chamber here. Interesting. What's the plan? For a moment, I thought we were going to go for like a proxy hatchery here and try to mine through the patches or something like that. But yeah, early Evo chamber does mean we have the early Swarm Queens, which we have yet to experience in this tournament. Maybe just as a safety precaution. Oh, right, we can... does this unlock Dropper Lords? Have we reverted? If you remember, back in the day, we did need Evo Chambers to morph in Dropper Lords previously. This was, what, like a couple of years ago. Is it back? Okay. It's back! The Evo Dropper Lords, it's been years. This was patched out of the game, what, like in 2021? Like early COVID, I want to say. It's been a long time. Patches, you're in Hannibal. Greener City, yeah, okay, good. But yeah, Dropper Lords on Evo Tech used to be a thing. Like they used to be, me and Micah used to love going for these Ling Dropper Lord all-ins in TVP. Been a while. Going for Banelings as well. The setup was a little bit too early, too premature. Remember, there's no Ling speed, by the way. These are slow Lings. checking the overlord. Transport overlord speed has been decreased. Okay. Oh, so we're going. So this makes sense considering we don't have link speed, by the way. There's no link speed, so we're not going for a link drop, we're going for a Bane link drop instead. We're going for the Bane drops. Let's go. Keep me dropping. Send it in, baby. Send it. Ideally, you do want to cause a distraction. So we have Lings moving on the left-hand side, ideally to distract Zardians. And then the drop lord can move in. What is going on? What is, what is happening? As the hatchery is going to be denied, it's going to be off center. Lings are distracting on the left hand side. Hellions are hit to defend, and Bailey's well again. No, the reaction! Oh my god, very late, very late. Reaction thankfully does pull away. 6 SCV kills. Get 6, only 6. Whew. Okay, but what is this? What are we doing? Oh no. It's too early for this, Pat. I mean, I feel like Zardian should just let it finish, right? Just let it finish. Let him let him sleep in his own bed. I feel like he wants to cancel this anyway, so we're just buying time. We're just buying time. Behind this, there's nothing. There's nothing to defend. Keep going. Keep going, Zardian. No, we've got enough time for roaches. Roaches popping out. Remember, there's no roach speed. There's limited gas. It was just a really awkward early game here for Death Mars. And the roach horn will fall. That's a full wall. Scarlet won like $30,000 in the final stat builds. Sure. That sounds correct. I think I remember seeing that. As the hatchery, sorry, as the roach horn goes down. And one of the Cyclones is exposed. Despite that, they'll still overwhelm. Overwhelms the army. Getting on top of the roaches. Catching out 1, 2, 3 roach, 4 roaches going down. Critical damage. There's 10 more roaches on the way. No, we're never going to see a Swarm Queen, are we? It's just never going to happen. As Queens, they just melt. All the roaches full. We have 10 roaches trickling in. Where's the rally, by the way? Where's the rally? Rally across the map, Abby. You can do it. Keep going. Por favor. And Death Mars defends. Death Mars, he does hold, he does defend. Again, there was no rally across the map. We're just keeping everything at home. Death Mars, he survives. Jane Money got eliminated. The Swarm Queen enthusiast. No. I mean, from here, Zardian, he's looking quite solid. He's got an equivalent to a greater economy, building up his mech army, rebuilding his racks. Citadels catch fire. Still limited aggression here from Zardians. Just going for the Hellion run by. I mean, there's nothing in position to defend. The wall is still closed. And we've got our Blue Flame Hellions. Oh no. Oh, Jesus. Drones, they line up. 5 drones going down. Nice damage. Borrow resources faster. Let's go. Does resource faster. Know what we need to do, actually? We need to show this mod to SC Boy and see if they get inspired. That's what we need to do. That's what. Because you know how NetEase are looking into unit rotations for the ladder? Like, seeing some of these upgrades, they might be inspired. Might be inspired. As Roche is overwhelmed, Army does move in. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Zardi and T-Will tab the series. We're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We are going all the way to the ace match here, and again, it was just a really weird opener out of Def Mars, going for a non-existent link speed, going for like a delayed baneling drop. It was really weird. It was a really weird start. Unfortunately, we saw that he was heavily reliant on that baneling drop to actually get damage done, bearing in mind that he had delayed everything in favor of that. He went for the Evo Chamber, went for the baneling nest, went without link speed, delayed his worker production as well. It was a very dedicated build, and without doing game-ending damage, that was game. That was game then and there. Did fall far behind, and now we're going to be loading into the ace match. Going to be loading into Storm Push. Let's go. Your rotation will be sick, not gonna lie, if done right. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I know that they're floating around. I didn't get to see the polling on it, whether or not the community was for it or for against it, to be fair. I didn't see the final numbers. But definitely something interesting, something exciting, for sure. Something to look forward to on the ladder. As spawning in the left-hand corner of Storm Push, we have the yellow Zerg player, himself, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? Representing Team 3D Clan, it is Def Mars. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the green Terran player, representing Team Hyper 1, it is Zardians. Oh no. Rotate out the Cyclone, rotate in the Cyclown. That, true. Plus 10 lock-on range. Aye. Plays carnival music when it pops out. Not like this. Oh, the drone! He's pushing through the tide. But we're going to Storm Push. Bearing in mind, this is not the TLMC version. This is not Storm Surge, but Storm Push is here. Again, we do have a modded version, which does mean that units are going to be either sped up or slowed down through the center of the map. Drone does get across and will be a bit of a nuisance here. Bearing in mind, though, that Def Mars does expand back at home. There's no proxy setup here, just being an annoyance and just trying to mind game his opponents more than anything. I say that, yep, there we go. It is going to be a hatch gas pool, standard opener out of Def Mars with a bit of a delayed economy due to the scouting drone. It's going to be delayed. Def Mars does move out, does pull out, and our players can build up. Once again, also economic opener out of Zardians, going for a rack expand, single gas opener out of our Terran player. So for the time being, we're building up into what looks to be a standard game, which we have yet to experience. So I'm tentative when I say that. It's like I tentatively say standard game because Def Mars has been an animal this entire series, non-stop cheese, non-stop aggression, and I still can't with confidence say that he's going to be droning up. We have yet to really experience that. Like a macro Def Mars. Sad none of the medevac changes have been implemented. Let's have a look here. What have you added? Have you added like windows that roll down? Like send Marines they can load up into the medevac and they can just fire from the windows. They can God no. Not like this. Let's have a look. Medevac. New upgrade, rapid deployments. Oh, I remember this. Medevac deploys loaded troops twice as fast. Okay. And we have Caduceus Reactor. Now also allows medevacs to heal 2 targets at once. True. Oh, true. I recall that. Caduceus Reactors. You can dual heal, yeah. Medevac upgrade, power windows. Yes. I like to believe that it's windows but with a handle, so there's actually like a cast time for the windows to be fully deployed because they gotta roll it down. They gotta oh no. That's how you balance it out. It's a roll down cast time. Then they can go to town. Oh my god, this Reaper cannot get away, not through the center. Does get caught. Yeah, it's gotta be manual. It's gotta be manual. Otherwise it'd be in that. True. We're going all in, by the way. So, as we assume, Def Mars, he is taking up in towards a lair. He is claiming a third base, but so far no drones. No drones, no saturation. Going for the earlier Roach Horn instead, massing up Lings, and we're expecting him to commit into a Roach All-In. Does start to drone a little bit here, though, and actually melee? Huh. Melee upgrades on the way. Armory is done. We more from the Hellbats. Roaches will help defend, but there are no Roaches to defend. There's no Roaches out currently. Jeez, the Queen takes so much. Yeah, the Queens are being hunted down. The Hellbats say waddle in. And we need more time. We need more time for the Roaches. Okay, one Roach will pop out just in time. It pops out in front of the Hellbats. Wait, for a moment I thought... We're healing the Raven, man. Let's go. Heals itself. And we defend. Yeah, in the end, the Hellies are going to be cleaned up. In the end, we do defend. 8 SCVs go down. The crazy Ling run by. Oh my god, 8 SCV kills. Zardian, he has nothing back at home. I assumed it was going to be Def Mars being forced into an all-in, but no, Def Mars, he actually has an economy. He has 45 workers. He has a standing economy. Here comes a counterattack. Roaches, they push across the map. And Zardian down to 32 SCVs. Oh, we can make it. We can make it. Oh, no. We're vibrating across the map. Jesus, they're struggling so much. That's the Roaches, they move in. They move in, back it home to the fan. We have just Hellbats. They're being focused down. A lot of splash damage though as they were pushed into the Hellbats. So not the most efficient moves here by Def Mars, but he does break through. I love that he's using this to heal, but he can still be seen. Oh no, get out of here! Oh god. You're losing what, 3 Roaches? But mining is still denied. Mining is still denied. Behind this, we're massing up more Lings. Gas is being taken. Remember, we have plus on melee. Oh, we can make it! The Lings are much faster. Okay. They can make it through. We leave the Roaches behind. Oh no! Help him out, Bappy. Help him out. Oh god. The tide is too strong. Help them, Bappy. Help them. I mean, Def Mars, he's done it. At this point, he has done it. He has broken through. Zardian, he's down to 2 Hellbats and a Cyclone. Lings ace around. Def Mars, he breaks in. He does break in. Ravens, they can help hold. We do have a Banshee as well. Behind this, I mean, the Spire's on the way. There's going to be anti-air getting to meter play. Vamos, that's to pick up even more SCVs. Still critical damage. Down to 43 workers. Down to under a 2 base economy. I was thinking today about a 2v2 SCL where each team has both StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 race. I mean, we cast that. That's SCL doubles. If you're unfamiliar, Mr. Mintler, that is a tournament that exists. That's StarCraft Evolution League doubles, which is I think it's a monthly. It's a monthly tournament. We casted the first edition like maybe 2 weeks ago, and we have another cast of that tournament next week, I think. Let's have a look. On the 8th, this week we're going to be casting StarCraft Evolution Doubles number 2. It's going to be on the 8th. As Muse, they move in, they overwhelm. Again, there's still no good answer to this. We have auto turrets, which are stationary. Cyclones are on the way. Lings, they catch out the mineral line. GG, and Death Mars, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. But with that, congratulations, Death Mars, he will overwhelm. Again, a bit of a chaotic game here. We did see initially Death Mars building up into a more aggressive mid-game. Likewise, Zardian did commit into a Hellbat push, but he lost everything in the process, losing his Hellbats, more importantly, losing SCVs across the map to Ling Harass. They crippled the economy, they allowed for a counterattack. Zardian, he stumbled out the gates, he had a weaker economy coming in towards said mid-game, and he was just overwhelmed by the all-in. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, Death Mars, you will claim the series, and let's figure out what we are and where we are headed. Exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Let's go. Let us go. As it looks like we have a couple of series ongoing. Okay, so from the top, Death Mars. Death Mars does advance onto the grand finals. He's waiting for the winner of Perceive, Hushang, and Zardiant. As Perceive and Hushang are currently mid-series, and the winner goes up against Zardiant in the next round. That should be over in the Americas server. It looks like we have a little bit of downtime here waiting for the Zardiant match, either versus Perceive or Hushang up next. Let's go. Let us go. True. Not enough shields. But GG all played. With that, Death Mars does advance on, and we do have our lower bracket semi-finals. Okay, it looks like we actually have Hushang versus Perceive ready for us. Oh boy. Let's go. Perceive and Hushang. As we're going to be loading into, I believe, Storm Push. If I'm not mistaken. I think it's on the brackets. Yeah, Storm Push. Okay. Beautiful. So we're just getting ready. So we have 3 series left here tonight. We're going to be covering this initial low bracket semifinals, the best of 1. This leads into Zardiant, and then that leads into Death Mars. So 3 series left here tonight. 3 matches to go. Let's go. So we're loading into our ZVP. Oh boy, and we've yet to really experience any kind of late game play. Have we experienced any mid game? I guess kind of, like the Perceive match previously, but even then it was kind of weird, where Perceive wasn't really embracing the mod itself and Zardiant was able to have his way with him. So we'll see how Hushang approaches this mod instead. Honestly, it's been a while since I've covered Hushang. I think he retired for a while, am I correct? Like Hushang, he was like streaming a lot and making a bunch of content, and then I think he like stepped away for a couple of years. Hushang, I want to say, has been around for a long time in StarCraft. Much love to Hushang. But here we go. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Storm Push, we have the orange Zerg player, the orange Zerg player himself. I believe the Canadian Zerg. It is Hushang. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, we have the green Protoss player. The green Protoss, we have the South Green Protoss. It is Perceive. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Let's go. But yeah, just double checking. So Hushang, he used to be active back in Heart of the Swarm. I remember. Este Hushang. He was more active back in Heart of the Swarm, and then again, I want to say in Legacy of the Void, he did take a step back and stepped away from the game, and recently returned. So really cool to see him being active once again. Este Hushang. Yeah, I'm just double checking here. So we have a massive gap between 2018 and 2024. Where he used to compete in tournaments back in 2018, then took like a 6-year break. Jesus. 6 years. Then he came back to us. So welcome back, Hushang. Welcome back. I knew he took a hiatus, but yeah, 6 years. It's crazy. Team return. From here is going to be going Hatch Gas Pool. We do have a relatively standard opener. We do have an early Eva Chamber out of Hushang. As we just experienced, early Eva Chamber means that we can morph in some Dropper Lords, and we can also morph in some Swarm Queens as well. We have yet to actually see any of them. For those that are curious, the Queen has been nerfed. The Queen is weaker than what it used to be to allow for early game aggression to be more effective against Zerg, but to help compensate, you can actually morph in Queens into a Swarm Queen with the Eva Chamber prerequisite to actually have added extra DPS and extra health, extra damage output to be a stronger damage unit overall. Meanwhile, Overlords are moving out, so are Zerglings. Are we planning to drop into the bases? What is the plan? I would say that in early game ZVP, I don't think Swarm Queens are necessary. Just because you only have to deal with, harassing Adepts, like 1 to 2 Adepts early on. Jesus, we're rushing into +1 melee. Okay, very fast +1 melee. We got some builds back. We're staying in gas. That's what's important here. We're staying in gas. 3 still in gas tells us that we're going to be either going into... I mean, this can help morph in Drop Lords, of course. You see both Drop Lords getting in position. Suspicious. Stargate Void Ray opener on the way here from Perceive, though. With this Void Rays, he can hunt down the Overlords. He can hunt them down. Run a timer. Back at home, Hushang is droning. And are we going for the fast lair? Are we going for Drop Lords? What is the plan? Here they come. Drop Lords are in position. Does Perceive find him? So far, the Void Ray is yet to rally anywhere. Drop Lords are morphing in. See in the chat, what is the balance mod? Will we see this on the ladder? No. Not on the ladder. It's just a custom mod that was made. Custom mod. Crazy mod. Not for the ladder. And we find the Drop Lords. Yeah, he finds the Drop Lords. One, both Drop Lords go down. We deny the drop. At the same time, Links they poke in, but we have a full wall here. We have the shield battery. We have the shield overcharge as well, which is never going to be used, of course. Why bring it up? Second Stargate's on the way. We're being pushed. Let's go. I love that you can like leave an army idle in the water and it's going to be moved to the center. It's great. As Warriors they move out, there's no potential Drop Lords into the bases. Fleet Beacon's on the way. We're rushing into 2-base Sky Toss and towards a Tempest Rush, I would imagine. Warriors are coming. And remember, the Queens are weaker here. We can morph in some Swarm Queens to help defend. Try to morph them in. Spores repositioning. Hydras are on the way. And that might just be a dead base. Oh, yeah, that's going to be dead expansion here. We cannot save that third. Massive pickoff. Ay. From here, working towards +1 Carapace. Carrier production's underway, so it's going to be a 2-base Carrier Rush. Oh, boy. Oh, can we save it? Can we save it? Oh my god. Okay, the hatchery. Hatchery is barely kept alive, but again, we have 3 Void Rays, and even if we keep the base alive currently, we have that carrier push coming. Right, we have the carrier move out on the way. It's going to be a tough hold. What is that? What is I believe that's a new Hydra upgrade. I believe there is an upgrade that does help when it comes to its anti-air. Just double checking. New Hydra upgrade, amplified plating. Wait, no, sorry, I'm looking at something else. Hold on. Show us the Hydra. Aerial kiting, Chitin, I suppose. Hydras take 3 death damage when attacked by air units. Okay, so Hydras, they become a little bit more tanky against air units. This will help specifically against carriers, true. Hydras are moving out, they're gonna be tanky. Oh, they're coming! Never mind. As Hydras, they rotate over. They rotate towards the third. There's not that many of them. And we pull away. And Hushang does pull away. Building up his army. Perceive likewise amassing on more carriers. Over time, this is getting out of hand. Now, let's have a look here. Have we made any other changes to the Infestor? I'm curious as to if any changes were made to help specifically against Skytoss. Let's have a look here. Can roaches shoot up? Have we given them like a flying upgrade, like a hover upgrade? Consume changes to the Viper. Have there been any Infestor changes? Alright, they've infested Terran, true. Remove Microbial Shroud. Okay. So Infestors are less of a supportive unit for Hydras than they once were, as there's no Microbial Shroud. They can launch Infested Terran. In my mind, they're more harassing units. Are they? There's only 4, right? Yeah, max 4 Infested Terran. You can let us know. Are Infested Terran viable against Carrier? I would imagine in this version they're not. Maybe. Haven't seen Infested Terran versus Carriers. Okay. But now we're just going Mass Hydra. Going Mass Hydra. We have 1/1 upgrades currently with +1 range on the way. The issue here, of course, is sure, Hydras can have a bunch of upgrades that will help against the carriers, but ideally it'd be Skytoss with Storm. And here we go. Templar Archives are on the way. Storm will still annihilate Hydras as Storm is on the horizon, but technically Storm isn't ready yet. So here comes Hushang. Can he break through before the Storm? Can he break through before splash damage? Let's go. There are how many? There are 7 carriers, soon to be 9. Hydras they pick in. So far, nice auto-stepping. They auto-step against the Interceptors. So far, they hold their own. So far, so good. We do see a couple of Hydras getting picked off. Oh, it's still getting out of hand, but they auto-step in. Oh, the carriers overextend. Getting 1, getting 2, getting 3. 3 carriers go down. Massive pickoffs. There's 5 carriers left. Again, Perceive did overextend. Did miss control. And now he's running out. So he's running out of Interceptors. Hydras are breaking through. High Templar are morphing in, but remember, there's no Storm. There's no Storm, Bappy. And I believe Hushang has done it. Yeah, Hushang has done it. As you saw, Perceive, he did have some miscontrol. He did overextend with his carriers. He lost 3 carriers unnecessarily. And likewise, Storm is just not ready. So Storm is not ready. Even now, as I'm researching it, he's warping in the Archons, which is an interesting response. I mean, it's something, but it's not ideal. Yo, are we dropping on the army? What's like? Okay. Dropping into the main. I don't know if this is necessary. I kind of want to see Hushang just keep pushing forward, to be honest. Like, to be fair, he doesn't know that there's no Storm, but I do think that he can break through this. He's giving Perceive time. He's giving him time. Drops into the main. These Hydras are going to be cleaned up. As Hushang does split up his own army. These Hydras are thrown away. Yeah, this drop was not worth it. It was a very heavy drop here. There's away a bunch of supply. Storm is still never researched, by the way, so, so we can still just keep massing Hydra. Like it's still fine. So no Storm, no upgrades. The mass Hydra can still aim him in. As Hushang is supply blocked. Is still giving his opponent time, which is concerning. As amassing up more Tempest. Robo's on the way. Can maybe lead into Colossus. We're still waiting to see the splash damage of choice, whether it's Colossus or Storm. It's going to be one or the other. Without it, I mean, the mass Hydra can just excel. And he's moving in. Yeah, Hushang is maxed. He's got his Vipers. Does give it in, taking out one of the Stargates. Tempest gets some free hits, but here come the abductions. Oh, gets one, 2, 3, 4. Gets every single carrier. And with that, he's done it. Hushang, he does overwhelm, takes down all the Tempest, the carriers, the everything. They kite the army into the Lurkers. And now there's no more Sky Toss. There's no more Sky Toss. Massive on Burrow. Does get up the ramp. And Hushang has done it. He has done it. As you mentioned, without any splash damage, what could Perceive do? Like, what could he do? Did overextend earlier to take a rough fight. But now he's stuck with pure Archon. Oof. Do we have any Archon upgrades? Do we have shield upgrades for the Archons? Oh no. Let's have a look. Funnily enough, I believe there are 0 changes to the Archon. Okay. Interesting. You can do it. You can make it. Hydra's they move out, once again catching out the army. You know would be a crazy upgrade is if Archons can split back into High Templar. That'd be insane. Oh my god. I was just trying to think of something outside the box. But the idea of defusing Archons, mate. Here we go. We do dive in. Jordan's going to be going down. We catch out the mineral line. That's going to be a lot of economic damage, actually. But once again, the Hydra should hold their own. Like, they should be fine. Oh, is that a Swarm Queen? Oh, look at them. They're like a little bit beefier. GG. GG gets called, and Hushang takes the game and does advance on to the lower bracket finals. GG. GG, well played. Hushang will claim the series, will advance on. Again, Perceive did have potential early on, but it did feel like the mid game was lackluster. Did feel like Perceive wasn't really didn't really know how to tech up or where to go from his initial carriers, just because we saw like a Templar Archives, but we didn't see prioritization of Storm. We saw some Archons, which was really weird supportive units against Mass Hydra as well. Of course, we had some moments where the army was inattentive and a couple of carriers were caught out as well, so a little bit messy there when it came to the execution. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Hushang does advance on, and we do have the lower bracket finals. It is going to be a best of 3 between Hushang and Zardians. Let's go. Let us go. Bracket finals, Hushang and Zardians. setting up our players. You fix our observer interface icon? Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the units tab to look for them. Did notice them towards the end, didn't really see them come into play, but sure. Morphed in some Swarm Queens. Swarm Queens. For now, though, Vita's underway, so we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have the lower bracket finals. So see you soon. See you soon after the short. Never mind. Vitas are done. Jump into game one. Game one is going to be on washouts. Let's go. Jumping into washouts. Okay. Here we go. We're jumping on in again. We're gearing towards the end of the event. Here we have 2 series left. We have the lower bracket finals and then the grand finals themselves. I believe that Def Mars will have a 1-point advantage. Oh no, never mind. Okay. So there's no point advantage. Instead, there's a potential reset match. Okay. Potential reset, but here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner of washouts, we have the orange Zerg player. We have the Canadian Zerg. It is Hu Shang. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the pink Terran player representing Team Hyper 1. It is Zardiant. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, I would typically favor Zardiant in regular StarCraft 2, but at the same time, we are loading into a custom mod, and I have not seen Hu Shang play in a very long time. So I don't really know how to place him at the moment. I don't know where I would rank him compared to players like Zardiant. I'm curious. I'm excited, especially on a custom mod like this. For now, it's going to be Hatch first out of Hu Shang. And meanwhile, Zardiant likewise going for his own low ground rack. So we're going for a 2 racks opener or just racks expand on said low grounds. Here comes the second SCV. We're going into 2 racks Reaper. So 2 racks Reaper out of Zardiant. Bearing in mind that we do have some upgrades available for the Reapers, so we might commit it to Mass Reaper. That might be the go-to. Especially with the plus bonus damage to lights, I mean, that might be crazy if we go into like 3 racks Reaper. True. That might be insane against Zerglings early on. And especially because the Queens are weaker as well. Like, throw Bjorn in here. Let him let him 3 racks Reaper. Yeah. That'd be crazy. Yeah, speaking of 3 racks. Okay, so 3 rack Reaper. I mean, this build makes sense. Like in my mind, hey, if you have potential to go Mass Reaper into Reaper upgrades that benefit them against light units, like why not like throw this out? And we'll see how Hu Shang does hold and how he defends. Or predictions that did they not open up? Oh, my apologies. Hold on. I will try to fix that. Choose outcome, Hu Shang. There we go. Okay, Gambit time. Oh no, the surround! Oh, that should not have happened, but Zardiant, he gets surrounded early on by Slowlings. A rough start here for Zardiant. Does miss control, and with that, Hu Shang does start things off with some momentum. Let's see if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets. Place your bets. One or 2 players. Oh, yo, we're morphing in. Look at him go. Eva Chamber is done, and we are morphing in the early Swarm Queens. I think that's the Zagar model, right? The Brood Mother model. Brood Mother. Why are they not called Brood Mothers? Copyright. True. Okay, now what changes were made to the Queen? Let's have a look here. So the Swarm Queen has the HP is equivalent to what it is in the base game, as Reapers are denied. Still making more Mass Reaper, by the way. Queens, where are we going? What? Are we all in? Plus one melee is on the way. We're all in. Okay. We're just walling across the map. The armor is increased to what it is in the base game as well. Speed is decreased. Sorry, increased. Okay, speed is increased. As you can see here, true, they get across the map quite well. Yeah, that extra damage. Oh my god, going straight for the upgrade, denying the initial upgrade. Use 2 to 8 rounds. Oh no! Under fire. Queens are on their own. Where are the Lings? Where's the Ling support? So everything's are coming. Ooh, plus transfuse. Yeah, they can transfuse off of creep. True. Lings, they attempt to surround. They catch out 3. Yeah, 1, 2, just 2. Yeah, 2 Reapers get caught. Queens are waddling in. Apparently they can devour drones. Okay. Bring some drones. Let them eat them. Let them devour. Nah. As Reapers, they hold their own. They shut down Lings. Queen's going to be shut down as well. And this is a big commitment here from Yushang. Ay, ay, ay. Again, plus one melee just now kicking in after the fight ends. Yushang still massing more Lings. Double expanding, claiming another base, getting a 3rd and a 4th. And I'm just concerned about the counterattack. I'm concerned about the follow-up here. We're still massing on more Lings, but again, now these Reapers have their upgrade. Bonus damage to light. Extra range. Here they come. And we're still making more Reapers. Oh no, get surrounded! And Reapers overextend. 1, 2 Reapers get surrounded. Catching out 2. Catching out 3. And 3 Reapers going down. Some rough kiting out of Zardians. But the Lings need to evaporate. And we have 0 Lings left. 12 on the way. Wow. Yeah, 12 on the way. Yushang taking more bases, taking more expansions. But the drone count is not there. Heading into the main. Catching another Queen. Oh, these Queens are so fragile. Oh my god, they just keep going down. Yeah, more Queens full. More Lings as well. And the Mass Reaper does break through, does overwhelm, and busts into the mineral line. Boys are being pulled. Desperation here out of Yushang. He's desperate. But just Mass Reaper. That's all you need. That is all you need. God. And Yushang has been broken. At this point, has been broken. We're getting the armor upgrade as well. GG gets called, and Zardians will claim game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. It does feel like 3x Reaper is something that's quite difficult to deal with. I mean, when it comes to this game, of course, we did see that Zardian did get surrounded early on, so there was definitely some mistakes there from Zardian that were capitalized on. Yeah, yeah, Yushang just now saying that he didn't know that he had live bonus. Reapers are crazy, pappy. But yeah, it looks like Yushang didn't realize that they had a bonus to light upgrade, so yeah, crazy. There you go. Here we go. Oh, but yeah, they're just discussing amongst themselves. Zardian's like, oh, you guys are talking about the Reaper upgrade. Yeah, it's funny. Oh, no. Not like this. Catching up. couldn't SCV though. Value. True. There we go. Here we go. We're going to be getting into our next game. Going to be loading into game 2, and we'll see if Hushang can recover and bounce back. We'll see how our players do adjust here, as we might even just see more Reapers out of Zardians. Hushang, he might even go into, like, say earlier Roach play, for example. But it does depend on the map. What are some of the other changes? As my game might be a little bit bugged. Jumping into the next game, going to be loading into At Attorney's Edge. Okay. Likewise, this map has a bit of a shorter rush distance by ground from third to third, but does have a bit of a wider center of the map instead. Hoping for some mid-game play here, but we'll see. But what I was going to ask the Patches is, are there any upgrades or any units that we have yet to experience in tonight's broadcast? I know you mentioned the medevac. We haven't seen any of the medevac late game upgrades, which look like a little fun. I'm sure there's a lot. Like, again, like the list of upgrades are really extensive. But what haven't we experienced yet? What have we yet to go? Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of At Attorney's Edge, we do have the orange Zerg player. We have the Canadian Zerg down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Hushang. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the pink Terran player going for the same build, going for 2-max, at least 2-max, maybe even 3-max Reaper. Once again, it is Zardians for Team Hyper 1. We're going Mass Reaper. It's happening. Phoenix has an upgrade, Carrier has 2 upgrades, Ravager has the fast-landing bio. Oh, true. Yeah, we have the Ravager bio. Swarm has his anti-air? That's crazy. That's crazy. We're not going to see Swarmers. No shot. Mulas anti-armor Hive upgrade. Okay. Interesting. I guess that's like versus Corruptor, I guess. That's like help with like Muta versus Muta and ZVZ. Or I guess to give Mass Muta more viability moving forward against Thors? Question mark? That's a wild upgrade. That's okay. I would say I would say Infest is the big one, right? We haven't seen Infested Terran. That's maybe one of the bigger ones. But I assume 2-max Reaper, no racks into factory. Okay, this is not Mass Reaper here. Zardian, he's got some builds. Does have a different build coming in. Meanwhile, Hashgas Pool, standard open out of Hushang. We'll see if he goes for another early Evo chamber into an early push. We'll keep an eye on him. Side defense. I see. As Reaper breaks in, forcing out 3 spores already, forcing out a 4th. Oh my god, 1 drone goes down. Does get a drone. Does force out additional spore crawlers. Reaper will pull away. And we're going into a fast layer. Jesus, we're still mining gas. So that is a 250 layer timing, insanely fast. So 250 layer, Link speed is on the way, still additional gas mining. From here, we can go into a Link Queen Nidus all in. We can go into, say, 2-base Muta. Warlock is starting, we're leaning more towards 2-base Muta. Yeah, gas is being taken. Show us what you got. Now, as we're building up to base Muta, it is going to be 2 more Raxes behind this, not mech. It is going to be a heavy stim timing here out of our Terran. Ooh, that doesn't bode well. Doesn't bode well here for Hushang. Queen gets caught. Oh no! Yeah, Queen is going to go down. Thankfully, Lings will defend. But we're going for the scout. He sees the lair. He does see. Does got the lair, does got the gases. One Reaper pulls away. Now, I believe against a 2-on-1, you can still get away with 2 base Muta. But against a 3 Rax timing, there's going to be more Marines. There's going to be a stronger... Oh, never mind. I thought we were going to go into a stim timing. We're going Mass Reaper into mech. Okay, Zardian. Let him cook, buddy. Let him cook. Meanwhile, we're waiting for the Spire. There he goes. There it is. Spire's on the way. So 2 base Muta. So initially, if this was going to be a 3-rack stim timing, I feel like Zardian would have killed Hushang as he tried to go into Muta play. But if we're going into Mass Reaper into mech, I think there's going to be more time to build up into Spire. We'll see. A lot of it will come down to scouting. Bearing in mind that Zardian, he saw the fast lair, but did he see the fast lair? Like, did it click in his mind that, hold on, this lair should not be done. It should not have this much progression this early on in the game. Something is weird about this. Something is wrong about this. Like, he hopefully does recognize the significance of that lair, as that is a massive sign of tech, of Muta play. The safety Baneling Nest. Hushang does scout the additional Raxes.
Forces under attack.
The Baneling Nest tells me that he believes it's going to be bio. We know otherwise. It is Reaper Cyclone. It is still mech. A variation of mech. And we have 23 links to defend. Can we surround? If he does come in, does surround. Catching at 1, 2, 3 Reapers. 4 Reapers go down. Very nice catch. Army was caught on creep, and the army is completely cleaned up here again. We need more Hellions to support. Yeah, no Hellions. Once again, Cyclone gets caught out. Massive pickup. Takes out both Cyclones. But we still break through. The army still does break through. Dipping into the mineral line. Queen does get locked on. Yeah, cashing out a Queen, getting into the mineral line as well. Drone's going to be going down. Here come the reinforcements. Hushang does hold. But I think Hushang is about to get out of hand here. I believe this build from Zardian needs to get more damage done. We needed critical economic damage, and the economy was left for the most part untouched. We have Mutas on the way, and once they come out, I don't know if they're going to be dealt with. There's going to be a lot of Mutas. The goal here for Zardian was to hit a timing and to kill Hushang before Muta tech, and he failed to do so. He failed to kill. Now, what we really need is an upgrade for Reapers to shoot up. True. Like, I'm still blown away that Adepts can shoot up, okay? Like, that's still crazy. It's wild. As they dive in, Cyclones, they will help defend. They turn away. But Locons are broken. Locons are broken. We have more Raxes being thrown down. Are we still going Mass Cyclone Reaper? Is that really what we're doing here? Like, okay. Okay. Again, like, I feel like Hellions would add so much to this army, specifically against the Ling Bane. Like, that's the issue here, is that Ling Bane can still surround and punish this force. This force is very, very vulnerable to surrounds. I mean, KDA charges can help, I suppose, if they're placed well enough. We'll see. Maybe I need more faith in the Reaper. Maybe. Spains are all in. Baneling speed is on in time. It's all about that micro so far. Where are the Lings? Yeah, no Zerglings to surround. Yeah, there's no Ling support whatsoever. Wait, what's going on? Yeah, we have Mutas on the way. No more Zerglings. Without Lings, these Banelings should never connect. Yeah, they should never connect. Ay, ay, ay. Gee, oh god. Banelings, they're useless. Like, they... There we go. Banelings, they get one Cyclone. They get one Cyclone. No Lings at event. GG gets called, and Zardiant will claim the series 2-0, advancing on into the next round. GG. GG, well played. Again, it feels like Hushang maybe believed that there was going to be a bio switch when he saw all the Raxes, and he thought maybe there was going to be like a stim timing coming. I was concerned about the lack of Hellions because the army was very vulnerable to Mass Ling, right? Mass Zergling is ideal for pouncing and surrounding and catching out that kind of army, which is vulnerable to surround, specifically Reaper Cyclone, as we saw previously, but there were 0 Lings. There were 0 Zerglings. We had morphed them all into Banelings, and Banelings, they don't do anything against Reaper Cyclone, just because of the kiting potential, of course. Just because of that kiting potential, you need Lings to lock down units to allow for Banelings to connect. So again, I don't blame Hushang for potentially misreading the composition, because I was shocked as well when I saw extra Raxes thrown down, and when I saw Zardian still commit into Mass Reaper Hellion, I was like, what the hell? Like, what's going on? Okay, sure. It worked. Did work in the end. GG, well played. With that, Zardian does claim the series, does advance on into the grand finals, and it's going to be a rematch. It's going to be a best of 5 between Zardiant and Deathmars. Let's go. They did connect. True, they connected with one Cyclone. True, true. The efficiency, the trades. Let's go. Let's go. We're jumping into the grand finals here. It is going to be a best of 5 between both Zardiant and Deathmars. Going to be loading into Storm Push. Oh boy. Yeah, how fast are these vetoes? They just crank them out. Damn. Crazy. Here we go. We're going to be jumping into the grand finals here. Now, as a reminder, Deathmars is coming in as the upper bracket champion, so that means that he will have a bit of a lead here. He does have a series lead. This means that Deathmars needs to win this one best of 5 to claim the tournament. Meanwhile, Zardiant needs to win this series and then has to win another series as well to claim the win instead. Deathmars needs to win one best of 5. Meanwhile, Zardiant needs to win a best of 5 and a best of 3. But here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Storm Push, we have the blue Zerg player, himself, representing Team 3D Clan. It is Deathmars. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the red Terran, representing Team Hyper 1. It is Zardiant. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets as we do get into our series. The drone, as we're going for a proxy hatch across the map, will eventually work its way through the push that is Storm Push. Does make his way in and show us what you got. Do we commit into the proxy hatchery? Let's go. Deathmars does expand back at home. Never mind. So he does go for his back at home expansion. Does expand on the natural. The drone moves in just to harass, just to be a nuisance. Most likely not to commit into a proxy hatchery. Has gone proxy hatch before and does force a big reaction here. 2 more SCVs off the mineral line, so nice moves here by Deathmars, forcing some inefficiencies out of Zardiant. Let's go. Oh, only 7 maps. Oh, okay. I see. Drone pulls away. Sure, we were talking about this with Kura last time, but this map reminds me of Mapper's Delights. I don't know if you remember that, but I don't know if you were active at the time, Patches. This would have been early COVID, like 2021, 2020 era of StarCraft, where Mapper's Delight was like a fun tournament that was made that pushed the bounds of like just quirky, weird maps. Wasn't I know what it is? Okay. But they also had like some weird tubing systems, and if you remember, they had steam vents that actually push units up into the air. If you remember, so he tried to push himself forward. That's Zardian. But guys, imagine there being like pockets of like steam vents where you can like park a marauder, and the marauder can shoot up because the marauder is lifted up into the air. It's lifted up into the air, which means it can shoot like other air units. Zealots, you can like set up zealots and also have them up in the air as well to like also like swipe away at units as well with their melee attacks in the air. So there were like massive like the steam vents that like pushed up the units into the air. There were like these massive like acceleration like tubing systems, which I believe used this system as well. Like it was just like hyper quirky maps were made. It's crazy, crazy. Design your own melee mechanics to add into your maps. Soul wells, which collect the supply of units that die near them, and a fool can attack them with these allied souls. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's crazy, man. But yeah, it was really cool, a really cool idea, but I don't think anything ever came of that, in the sense that like they allowed for these interesting new quirky mechanics to be added, but yeah, I don't think that was ever implemented elsewhere, unfortunately. Just for like the one event. Bienvenidos, Rushang. Bienvenidos. As from here, we're building up again, and so far it's been a very slow, very tame start to the game, outside of the initial drone harassment, of course. Deathmars claiming his own third, droning, saturating, building up into his own Roach Ravager, into his own lair tech. Meanwhile, Zardian's massing up into his own mech. Again, we do expect to see a lot of mech out of Zardian. He's rarely playing Bio, so second factory into Blue Flame, into a third expansion as well. Despite how chaotic this tournament has been, and even their previous series, we're actually getting into what looks to be a very slow, calm, cool, collected mid-game here between Zardian and Deathmars. It's been a while. We're calming down, but we're calming down. As we're amassing up Blue Flame Hellions, so we'll see if Zardian is doing this from map control, if he intends to dive into a mineral line and try to commit. But more Hellions are amassing. Blue Flame is almost done. We're getting there. Sadly, map is a lie. It wasn't officially linked to Blizzard or anything. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but like the idea of like showcasing these new mechanics, but that never really coming to fruition was a bit of a shame, right? Showing that these things could have been done. Like I still do envy those Steam vents. Like that was crazy. Just a way to push map design. Hellions do commit in. Yeah, they go for the dive, and we don't wall off in time. Drones are going to get roasted. Yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6, getting up to almost 10 drone kills. Ay. 10, there we go. 10 drones do go down. Nice pick up here by Zardians. And again, Deathmars, he did wall off well at his own natural, but could not defend his third. Yeah, could not defend. Critical damage. Behind this, we're re-droning, resaturating. Zardian still maintains all those Hellions, rotating around and building up into Battle Mech. So Battle Mech is on the horizon. Hellions are going to be zoned away. Behind this Deathmars, he's not committing, he's still droning. He's still droning, still saturating. From here, he can now claim a fourth base, which I would say at this point is late. So late fourth expansion for Deathmars, as Zardian does build up into an equivalent economy, equivalent base count, I should say. Interesting. So late fourth expansion, Infestation Bit's on the way, taking up in towards Hive Tech. Now, what I'm most curious by is Patches was saying earlier that there are a bunch of new kind of units and different Hive Tech upgrades available in that are, of course, locked behind Hive that we have not experienced here tonight. We might get there, right? The Infestors, Infested Terran, Swarm Host, and the new ability as well, being able to attack in the air. Curious if we embrace any of that. Or even Hive Tech Roaches, true. Hive Tech Roaches. One supply, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Give us the one supply roaches. As Cyclones that lock on, they do punish. As we mentioned, the fourth base being late here does limit the production of Deathmar, so he's got to be careful. He does have to be careful, getting bullied, getting punished. Yeah, 3-4 roaches going down. Brutal losses, brutal damage there. Behind this, infestors are amassing, but I believe that they do require an upgrade for Infested Terran, right? Let's see. No, it's not an upgrade. They just get it by default. Interesting. Let's go. They can incubate. Lovely. So Hive is on the way. Hydra Den gets thrown down instead. We'll see what direction Death Mars takes us in. I'm assuming that we're working towards one supply of roaches, but that makes sense in my mind. But we'll see. I'm hoping he knows about it. I recall that we casted an Eon not too long ago on this balance patch, and we were discussing and talking about Hive Tech roaches for so long, and it never happened. Then he showed up in the chat afterwards. He was like, "Wait, what? Those were like one supply roaches?" So he's like, "What?" Eon didn't even know. Didn't even know back. We have the bile upgrade on the way. This does mean that biles land faster, so there's less time to react, less time to respond. There we go. I just think they're cooked, Bappy. True. Yeah, Ducklings are brutal. Decent fungal looking down the army. Very nice chain fungals. Yeah, fungals do connect. Cyclones they get punished. And the Charger does hold its own. Behind this, working towards Lurker Tech, cashing out another Cyclone. Brutal trades here from Zardian. Brutal trades. As with that, Zardian will lose map control. We're still going to be rallying in. Jesus. Calm down. Rapid expulsion. Okay. Ah. Feels Ravager, man. Yo, we're getting the Banshee upgrade. Let's go. There's like Banshee, like AoE's, like splash damage and a line of fire upgrade. Like, sure. I don't know why Banshees get that, but I mean, it does give them more utility when it comes to a main army. Oh, the Infested. Let's go. We get the Terrans. They get thrown down. And they're out of range of the tanks. They're out of range. Ooh, they're getting dragged in. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. They get dragged in. They get baited. So an A move. It lasted a couple of seconds, but I appreciate we sold them. Infested Terrans. You know what's crazy? There are people that are watching and even playing StarCraft at the moment that never experienced Infested Terran because they got removed, like coming into Legacy. But they were a big part of StarCraft for a while. Big part. Infamously so. I didn't really get to experience them. I mean, definitely you could. I mean, there's a world where maybe we could have kept them. Like, obviously they I would say that they went too far when they added the rockets, if you recall. Like, they added the anti-air of the Infested Terran to be stronger, to be much more stronger with their rockets to help against Skytoss, and it became a bit absurd. And especially after the problem was that in Heart of the Swarm, Heart of the Swarm scarred everyone when it came to energy-based units. So like they had to scale back the Swarm host, and they had to scale back the Infestor alongside it, just because of just how extreme Heart of the Swarm was when it came to like the energy-based unit meta. So like they had to like just pull it back in every aspect, which is understandable, like why that happened. So now we're getting Tornadus. They're actually reworking them, but decided to remove them instead. If I recall correctly. Oh, there you go. I can't quite recall. So now another fungal lands, another fungal. More cyclones going down. Nidus Swarm did finish, distracting the main army. We have Mass Banshee. Oh my god, he's crazy. Building up with a Mass Banshee, but the main army still crumbles, and Death Mars is gaining ground. He's gaining more ground here, getting behind the mineral line. Does move in. Chelsea Fessiter, no! Lands a fungal. Oof. Fungals do graze the army. Banshees they will clean up. Show us the AoE. Oh my god, the vials. Yeah, the boss is still punishing. More Nidus Swarms are finishing up as well. Nothing in the Nidus though. Yeah, nothing in the Nidus. Lurker still being annoying. Does force a cancel. Roaches they do tunnel out of the Nidus into the natural. And just harassing, just buying more time. As we build up more Hydras. They just keep coming. Nidus Swarms are finally going to be dealt with. As it all settles, what army are we actually building up here? That's what I'm most curious about, because it looks like, yeah, we're still stuck on Mass Hydra, so we're kind of veering away from Roaches into Hydra tech. I believe that is the Roach upgrade. Yeah. The one supply Roach. Crazy. What's it called? Like, are we... Hydra themselves have in. Bifurcated incubation. Okay. Interesting. As we're just pushing into a siege line, by the way. The Banshees, they pop up, they take down every single Hydra. Ay, ay, ay. The best Banshee. The Mass Banshee's crazy. Your Banshees, they do overwhelm. And unless I missed it, I still don't think I've seen the AoE. Did we finish the research? We did. They clean up. We do have a research, but they have yet to use it. Like the carpet bombing. The carpet bombing. Does Zardian have a hotkey? True. Does he have it hotkey? He might not know. Oh, it's a part of the attack. Oh. Okay. Sorry, we'll have to notice it. It just changes the auto attack. That's crazy. Yeah. We'll try to. Is there? Sorry, I'm looking for a visual effect. Is it different visually? Okay. I think I can. Yeah. I see. You can see it like cascade forward, right? Yeah, see. It like lands and it like ricochets forward. Okay. As GG gets called as the mech army does overwhelm, and Zardian T will break through. He will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. In the end, Zardian 2 will overwhelm. Again, did feel like Death Mars, he had a bit of an issue when it came to what the Hive Tech army should look like. He was doing well for himself when it came to the mid game. He was shutting down the Cyclones quite well. He was harassing, he was counterattacking, Nidus Swarms all over the place, but he didn't really have too much of a defensive army. You could maybe argue that the Lurker push that he had towards the end of the game, towards the tail end, where he lost all of his Lurkers, I mean, that was him overextending. If that hadn't occurred, then maybe he has his Lurker count, maybe he has a robust Lurker army to be able to hold on, defend, and elongate that game, building up and maxing out. But alas, he lost all of his Lurkers, he had a weaker defensive line. GG, well played. With that, Zardian does bounce back, and we're going to be loading into game number 2. We'll see if Death Mars can make a series out of this. We'll see if Zardian can keep that ball rolling. Let's go. Shows visually, but it's not huge. It's very subtle. Based on the visual of the upgrade, I was expecting like some massive like explosions pushing forward. I was expecting something a little bit more bombastic, but did see it. One supply roach. Who came up with that idea? Patches. He's an animal. Oh, no. But again, we didn't quite prioritize that either. Like, there was definitely like a road that could have been taken instead of going into Hydras to just commit into one supply roaches from there. But we went into it a little bit later and it didn't really come into play. But here we go. Going to be loading into our next game and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Lumen. We have the blue Zurich player, or the blue Zurich player himself. Representing Team 3D Clan, it is Deathmars. Let's go. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the green Terran player. We have the Hyper 1 Terran. It is Zardiant. Let's go. Let us go. Say one more time what the upgrade does. Sorry, the Banshee upgrade actually turns the auto attack into an AoE like line attack, where it fires and then it like ricochets forward and does more damage in a line. So its auto attack becomes AoE splash damage, which is cool. It just means that the Banshee has a little bit more viability coming in towards the late game, as it does require the fusion core. Requires the fusion core to build up. Jeez, okay. As Zardian, he commits across the map, going for 1 rack back at home and 2 across the map. Gas is going to be taken, and we're going into what looks to be 3 racks Reaper, I would imagine. Let's go. Here we go. The racks are amassing. Major cap comes from the campaign. Oh, there you go. From the campaign. I had no idea. I mean, it's been years since I played the Wings of Liberty campaign. Is that what it's from? No shot. But I literally haven't played it since it released. That's crazy. It's crazy. I was played in 2010. Insane. As Reapers are amassing, again, we have our 3x Reaper. So far, Deathmars is unaware. He is not scattered here on the right hand side. The Overlord will eventually come across this eventually. Until then, we have our early spine. Okay, early spines are on the way. Queens are amassing as well. Eva Chambers in production for the Swarm Queens. But the Brood Mothers, we're getting there. Oh. So far, Reapers are kite away. Bearing in mind there are no upgrades. These are vanilla Reapers. But they can still trade well. They can still trade well here. Catching out more Lings. Spine is repositioning. Deathmars, he wants to fight for the low ground. Swarm Queen is on the way. No, he stops it. Oh, God. Yeah, the Spine Crawler is taking a lot of hits here. And is going to go down. Does get 1 shot off. Gets 1. Gets 2. 2 shots. 2 shots. 2 volleys. Swarm Queen does finish. We're getting up the ramp. Oh, nice KDA charge. Saves the Reaper. Can we shuffle? Shuffle back. No. The Reaper. Okay, Reaper does pull back. Jesus. Regenerate. So far, good trades here by Zardians, but we have another Spine on the way, and now we have 2 Queens. We have 2 Queens. 3rd Queen is in production. If we can build up that Queen count, we can hold on. We can hold. We have a Transfuse. 2. Speaking of, Clutch Transfuse. Lands 1. Lands 1 Transfuse. 1 Transfuse left. Spine Crawler will finish with the completion of the Spine Crawler. I believe Deathmars holds. 3 Queens on the Spine. Yeah, no Reaper Cliff. Yeah, no Cliff. Oh, actually, my apologies, there is. Oh, the boy, the boys, let's go. Yeah, the boys have arrived. A KDA charge on the Queens. Oh, dust around. Okay. Dust around. Transfuse does land. Gets 1 Queen, but there's still 4 more Queens behind this. Yeah, the Queen count is too high. 12 SCVs go down, and Deathmars does hold, does defend. And with that, we're going to make a series out of this. Making a series out of it. Zardian cannot break through. Not like this. The Queens are so thick. Oh, God. They're huge back. GG. Death Mars does survive, and we do have a back and forth. We're going to game 3. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Mass Reaper here. For the most part, didn't get scattered. At least the proxies didn't get scattered, but we did see that the early spine core is being built already here by Death Mars. Also, I should emphasize that Death Mars did get an early Evo Chamber. Allowing for the early Swarm Queens to defend, so he was able to build them up. Without that Evo Chamber, I mean, I would imagine Reapers would overwhelm, and Reapers would kill. Like, without those Swarm Queens, it'd be such a weaker defense there for Death Mars. So luckily, he did have the Evo Chamber in time, morphed in the Queens. GG. GG, well played. With that, we do have a tied 1-1 scoreline, and now we're loading into game number 2. Let's go. Oh, I forgot about that. True, Queens, they can eat drones. That regenerates their energy, though. It does not heal them up. But I did forget about that. They can devour. As I've lost our players. Oh. Okay, we're good. As game 3 is going to be on washout. Here we go, going to be loading into game 3 here, and Washout is again a bit of a larger map, bit of a longer rush distance by grounds. I would imagine we're going to be slowing things down a little bit here, building up in towards the mid game once again, but we'll see. See if Zardian has something else up his sleeve. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Washout, we have our blue Zerg player, our blue Zerg player himself representing 3D Clan, tying up the series. It is Death Mars. Once again, moving out with that drone. One day he will proxy. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the green Terran player representing Team Hyper 1. It is Zardian. Here comes that drone. Once again, we have seen Death Mars go for the proxy hatchery before, not in this series so far, but he has been going for these drone scouts. Drone scouts just to harass, just to punish, just to threaten. And this time, do we go for the hatchery? We have the money for it. There it is. Hatchery is going to be thrown down right outside of the natural. Oh boy. Okay. And we'll see if Zardian does go for the SCV scouts or if he just goes for the expansion on the low ground. If he does cut corners, oh, double gas? Wait, what? Double gas opener, faster factory, delayed CC out of Zardian. This is going to get weird. So it's going to be a later expansion, later CC, a faster factory means faster helium production as well. We could turn this into a one base all in, just blindly. We could just blindly go for a one base all in, and Death Mars would be in a bit of a weird place if that was the case. Death Mars ideally wants to punish an economic build. If there was a CC moving down to low ground to expand, then things would be a little bit more awkward. Zardian does scout and does confirm. Okay, he scouts, he confirms. Setting up his depot wall. And we're moving out with the drone, going for the spine rush. So spine crawlers are on the way. Just the one drone. It's a very light commitment so far. I mean, still a hatchery, of course. Drone moves in. Ooh, the Reaper does scare him off a little bit. Yeah, the drone. No, he tries to go in. Spine crawler gets thrown down, but will be cancelled. Yeah, will be denied, will be cancelled. Cannot finish, not like this. Saves the drone by morphing in the Evo chamber. There's value in letting this finish, actually. There is value here to morph in the Swarm Queen. Boys are being pulled, focusing down the Evo chamber, and Lings are slowly amassing. Oh! Does nibble away at the Reaper. That was two hits on the Reaper. Queen is now out. Do we morph in? We're morphing! Let's go! Is that worth it, though? Is it worth going for the proxy Swarm Queen? Like, Storm Queen is good, but is it that good? Oh my god, we gets around! He's crazy! He knocks the queen out of position. The egg, the cocoon. Hellion has arrived. Remember, this was a double gas opener, faster factory. No CC, by the way, into 2 more Rexes. It is a 1 base all-in. Yeah, the 1 base all-in setup. Ooh, the queen takes a lot of damage. Nice KDA charges here by Zardians. Nice charges. Spine is being rebuilt. The queen's getting low. Yeah, the queen is so low here. And the queen will go down. 1 more volley. Massive pickup. Takes down the queen. There's 1 queen left. And if we lose control of this location, then we lose control of the spine crawler. And Lings are forced to engage. So low Lings going down. Queen does finish morphing. But Zardian's cleaning this up. At this point, the Lings, so many of them have been thrown away. Sure, we have a spine crawler, but especially with the 1 base setup here, like, I don't think it matters. You have a Widowmine, more Reapers. Zardian is perfectly fine. Again, if Zardian had committed to a CC, different story, but there's just plenty to work with here. Okay, getting up to 3 queens, so building up the queen counts. I believe one of them just waddled across the map. Just went across. CC's on the way. Queens are within range of the factory. Boys are being pulled. Cyclone's going to be a game changer here. We need a little bit more time for the Cyclone. My shot goes off. The Leagues are flooding in. Oh, we're too thick. Get out of the way. Oh my god. There we go. So we do surround the Tech Lab. Tech Lab is going to be sniped. SCVs are engaged. They do surround. We have a transfuse. Oh my god. Clutch transfuse. Yeah, very clutch. Cyclone does pop out, but that's going to be 23 SCVs. Every SCV goes down. Critical damage. Ay, ay, ay. He fought too hard for his production. He lost everything. There's a refund just to afford anything. As Cyclone takes a lot of hits, a lot of damage. There's no SCV to repair the Cyclone. The Link. Oh no, the White Shot. Oh my god, massive connection. Yeah, it does connect, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, in the end, Deathmars, he breaks on through, cleans up the army. There's nothing left. There's 1 Reaper remaining. And 1 Widowmine. Oh, it's cloaked. Oh. No shot. Are we really? I mean, hey. Throughout all this, drones were being killed. But there's still drones. There's still a couple drones left over. We can still mine. These Reapers were across the map. And we can mule. True. Zardian can mule. Deathmars, he has 2 drones. He has 2 drones back at him. The mine shot again! No! God, the efficiency. Okay. Mine shot goes off. Mine shot goes off. The mules, they're mining. Reapers are cleaning up the Zerglings. Mining is still denied. Spine Crow is still catching up more reinforcements. Reapers are moving out. Now, there's a world, if the Reapers, if they can kill every drone, but the Spine Crawler might prove to be too much. Kills the Rax. Reapers are moving in. They might just commit in just to kill the drones. Gets 1. So by nice control. Okay, we cannot afford to lose these workers. If we do, that's gonna be game. No, no. Does pull away. Pulls away. Queen still came with the production. Another mule here at the CC. Reapers that turn around. I feel like we could have danced a little bit more with this. I feel like we could have made use of these Reapers and their HP. Dipped in, throw down some KDA charges, and dip away. Taking like 1 Spine Crawler shot. Marines have been amassing. Ah, there's too much. The Queens, they're in danger. Oh my god, clutch transfuse. Yeah, clutch transfuse. All 3 Marines go down. The Queens, they hold their own. GG. The question mark. GG. And with that, Deathmars takes game number 3. Whew. GG, well played. Deathmars has claimed it again. The Queens, they're crazy. They can transfuse each other. Oh no. But in the end, GG well played. Zardian, he was so close to breaking through. I still feel like he could have made use of juggling his Reapers and maybe have killed a couple of drones, but killing every drone was maybe going to be a tough ask there for Zardian. Alas, in the end, he did try to turn back around, went for the dive on the Queens, couldn't quite take it. GG. GG well played. Defmar is now one game away from claiming the series. Let's go. Una mas. Zardian could probably juggle the Reapers against the Spine. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. I do feel like he could have made use of the HP of the Reapers and the regeneration to poke in, kill a drone, be hit by the Spine, and pull the Reaper away, pull it away, and just keep going there and killing like 1, 2, 3 drones, and potentially killing all. And then we can end up in a game state where if you can kill all the workers, and if you're stuck on less than 50 minerals, then, I mean, you can either force a draw or eventually win the game. So there was potentially a win condition there, potentially. But regardless, GG. GG well played. With that, Defmars does take a lead in the series, and we have potentially one more game to go. Defmars, he needs one of us to claim the win. Meanwhile, Zardian needs one more win here to force the ace match. Let's go. Let's go. And so it looks like we're still deciding on that final map, on the next map. Looks like there might be some tech. Okay, yeah, we're good, we're good. What map haven't we really seen today? We're going to be loading into Adetronity's Edge. I feel like we've only seen cheese on Adetronity's Edge. Like, we have yet to experience, like, any kind of mid-game play. Same with Verdant Temple as well. And we have seen nothing of Rorschach. Feels bad, man. Fun fact, Patches, I think Rorschach might be one of the most vetoed TLMC maps so far. Like I have yet to... I think I maybe casted one game on Rorschach. Maybe once? Same with Voidstorm. Voidstorm I don't think I've casted at all on. So Voidstorm and Rorschach, players have been avoiding those two maps like a plague, which is understandable. But it's a bit of a shame because I want to see those healing pads come into play, but... every time we have a tournament with Voidstorm or with Rorschach, we just never get to see them. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner here of Adetronity's Edge, we have the green Terran player, the green Terran himself, representing Team Hyper 1, down in the series. Can he bounce back and force the ace match? It is Zardian. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the blue Zerg player, himself, representing 3D Clan. It is Defmars. Let's go. Let's play a lot during the test tournament, 22 times, if I recall correctly. Yeah, that's, I mean, Wardy has the advantage of, Wardy, he does force maps. If you're unaware, for the test tournament, he does often force maps or limit certain pools to actually force players to actually play and test kind of like the wider pool available to them. So that's good. Or at least he used to. I'm assuming he still does, but for the TLMC tournament. I'm assuming. Meanwhile, 2 Rex Reaper. We do have our first Rex at the wall. We do have another Rex behind this. Opening up 2 Rex Reaper initially. And we'll see if we can get into 3. See how hard Zardian does double down. If I recall correctly, he only forces if the map is super unplayed. Okay. Because I know he has done it before. Which is understandable. Like, again, the purpose of the tournament is to showcase maps. Was on with Hausman, yeah. There you go. As the Drone Scout does confirm both Raxes, we do see 2 Rax Reaper out of Zardians. And Defmars back at home should be going for the early chamber. 2 Rax Reaper, 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 2 Rax Reaper Yep, there it is. Early chamber. Does it cost anything to morph in Swarm Queens? Or is it just a time factor? Looks like it does cost minerals. Okay. Does cost 75 minerals. So I was curious about. The Red Chamber is now done. So far the Queen does try to hold its own. Oh! Does get a couple of hits in. Second Queen does move down, and now we can morph in. There we go. And morph in the Queens. Reavers, they rotate into the main. A tumor has been placed. And can we get a drone kill? Behind this wig, building up into the upgrades. We're committing. One base play. 2 maxes, 1 factory. 2 drones are going to go down. We get 3. Oof, it's getting a bit out of hand. 3 drone kills so far. Getting up to 4. Getting up to 5. Oh. Yeah, 5 drones. Deathmars, a lack of control here. Doesn't morph in any spores. Takes a lot of damage early on. Behind this, we have another set of queens. And Zardian does expand. So no all-in. It's very committed on one base, but he will be expanding behind this and building up into U238 shells, or U238 rounds. Totally not confusing, by the way. Totally not confusing. It's fine, it's fine. As that will give the Reapers a little bit more strength, a little bit more longevity coming into the mid game. The upgrade does mean that the Reaper has extra range and does bonus damage to light. Increased range by 1. So have more Reaper Hellion. I'm sure that at a certain point Zardian's going to be very tempted to dive into a mineral line. And so far it does threaten the Queens. More Swarm Queens morphing in. All the Swarm Queens. And here comes the split. Hellions towards the natural, Reapers into the main. And once again, nothing in position. More drone kills. 3 more drones, 5 earlier. So 7 in total. We get another 5, 6 drones, 7 drones. Oh my god, this is getting out of hand. It's becoming too much. Yeah, this is critical damage here. 11 drones going down. Is that just too much? Is that far too much? Behind the Zardian, he's making SCVs, he's muling. 11 drone kills, 16 kills in total. That is far too much, and Deathmars is all in. Yep, that's game-ending damage. So Deathmars is completely all in. He's waddling across the map. He's flooding Lings as well. This is going to be 1 defensive cyclone. That will help. Does what the all in. Oh no. Flash transfuse. Jesus, so many KDA charges. So many charges. Transfuse still does barely connect. Does save the Queen. But we are running out of transfuse. Behind this we drone? No shot. Deathmars, he's droning. It's too late. It's too late to drone back. He's trying though. Yeah, Deathmars is supply blocked. Still trying to move in. Welcome here on one of the Queens. And Deathmars, can he break through? Can he do it? I mean, again, imagine if he hadn't joined, if he had more Lings on the way here, that he might have enough to get on top of the Cyclones. Let's make the lock on. 1 Queen is going to be targeted down. Oof. It doesn't transfuse. Queen does fall, gets into the mineral line. But there are still 2 Cyclones. And they focus on the Queens. They focus on the Queens. Down to 3. Down to 2. 2 Queens remaining. Ooh. Takes out one of the Cyclones. Takes on the Cyclone. Another does arrive, and with that, Zardian defends. Zardian, he does defend. Behind this, we do see Deathmars has been droning, has been resaturating, and to be fair, he has done enough economic damage here to even things up. So we have a game. We have a back and forth. Deathmars doesn't really have any tech to work with. He has link speed, and that's it, so it's still at a deficit. Zardian still has an insane army. Zardian still has the advantage, at least when it comes to the main army here. Can we lock onto the Queens? We can. Yeah, lock onto the Queen. Queen does pull away. Just barely. Barely pulls away. Reapers, they get into the main base once again. 7, 8 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Still brutal damage in the main and at the natural as well. Yeah, again, Deathmar's just being outscaled. He's just being outscaled here. Cyclones, they trade so well against the Queens, and every Queen is going to fall. GG gets called, and Zardian ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played against Zardian. He got out of hand, got out of control. Deathmars, his early game defense was lacking. Very, very, very much so lacking there. As even though he had minerals, he was unable to morph in any spores. He was unable to save any drones. His drone count was so incredibly low, as he lost 16 drones at the start of the game. We assumed that he was just going to go for the all-in, but he tried to macro. He tried to macro out of it, which was a bold decision to go for. In the end, it meant that his push was lackluster, and he was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be loading into game number 5. The ace match going to be loading into Verdant Temple. Cool. Should have pulled the boys with the Queen walk. I mean, I at least thought he was going to at least commit to the all-in, but he was droning. He was droning as he was walking, which was insane. Not saying that if he had Link Flutter behind it completely that would have won him the game, but I didn't really see a way to try to macro out of that game state. But regardless, we're getting into the ace match. We're going to be loading into Verdant Temple. Let's go. We'll see if we can embrace a longer game, as in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg player himself representing 3D Clan. It is Deathmars. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the green Terran player, the green Terran himself representing Team Hyper 1. It is Zardian. Let's go. Let us go. As eyes are on the drone, drone does move out across the map, and we'll see if we commit into any kind of proxy here within the natural base. We did see that last time. Drone does harass. Deathmars does expand. No shenanigans. No shenanigans, not this time. Going for his own standard opener. Just being annoying. Behind this is once again 2-rank Reaper. 2-rank Reaper out of Zardians. Again, the Reapers have been working very nicely for Zardians here in the early game. Deathmars, he will scout the second ranks. He knows. He's now fully aware of the Reapers coming his way. We should be seeing the early Evo chamber. Now, I would imagine that it should be a cleaner defense this time, just because there's only one way into the main. You have to go past the natural. So the main base is a little bit less accessible. It's not as easy to rotate from the natural into the main expansion. So it should be a cleaner defense here by Deathmars. Should be, but it still comes down to the player. Still comes down to Deathmars. Comes down to his control, his positioning, his micro. So we gotta lock in. Gotta lock in. Once again, just emphasizing what we mentioned previously, but if you want to get into the main base, typically there'd be a Reaper Cliff at the third location, but here there is no Reaper Cliff directly into the main, like on the previous map. You have to go through the natural. Likewise, we have a double layered wall here on the right hand side with the tumor and with the rocks as well. Double layered. Deathmars, he's droning up. I say droning, sorry, he does drone up somewhat here. Queens are on the way. There's the Evo chamber for the eventual Swarm Queens. And the Reapers are soon to be upon us. Reapers, they move in. Ooh, the drone is going to be shut down. An early pickoff here. Better start for Zardian. Kills the drone. And we are going for a very early Roach Warren. We're still mining gas. No link speed. Looks like we're going for a Roach all-in. I say Roach all-in. We could go for, like, say, 3-4 Ravagers and, like, a Link Flood behind it. Assuming we're going to link speed. Regardless, hyper aggression out of Deathmars. And this also kind of layers on top of what we mentioned previously. The main base is harder to scout. Remember, there's no Reaper Cliff directly into the main, so hiding tech and going for all-ins is stronger on Verdant Temple. Oh, tries to get in. And he does. Okay, does not get in. Reaper goes down. Scout is denied. Zardian sees nothing. He sees nothing. He knows nothing. Behind this, going for his own stim. Oh. He's going into Stim. He's not going into Mech. For the first time this series. For the first time tonight, even. Okay. He's going to be Bio. Now, my concern here is that this... actually, it was a faster factory. It's not a regular 2-on-1. There's a safety Cyclone as well. Curious. Like, a regular 2-on-1 would mean that there's no Hellions, there's no Cyclones, and I'd be more concerned for the Terran player against a Roach all-in. But here, we're actually making safety Cyclones. Like, this is a really quirky build, so there's going to be a little bit more to work with. Likewise, across the map, we have the Lair on the way into Roach Speed, into what should be a 2-base Roach all-in. Off of 2-base Saturation with gases, and with a 3rd base just for live. Reapers A once again. Oh, they get in! Yeah, they do slip in. And they do manage to get a scat off. Yeah, this was a slip up here from Death Mars. The Reapers, they scat everything, confirming the Lair timing, the Roach Horn, the Evo Chamber. They get into the mineral line. One drone goes down. Means they try to intercept. They get one, they get two. They get 2 Reapers. And we should force the mid game here. Should force the mid game. What I mean by that is that, sure, we have a very aggressive follow-up here. We have a 3-1-1 setup, which is very dedicated on 2 bases. That is true. But because of the early Roach Horn and the commitment to Roach Ravager, I would imagine that Death Mars should have enough to defend and to deal with this eventual move out. Which would force our players to expand and build up into the mid-game. But we'll see. We shall see. As our players are still securing their armies. They're still building up. Players are saturating. It's hard to say, where are we going? Just going for the add-on swap into reactive Medivacs. Overseer does confirm the buy-in. Does confirm the 3-1-1 setup. Medivacs are on the way. When they come out, then we can push. Just waiting for the Medivacs. Likewise, Death Mars is massing up his own Roach Ravager. He went up to 2-base saturation. 3rd base is very late for Death Mars, but again, I imagine he was just expecting aggression as well. So late expansions, later economy for both players. 2 more Raxes feels like a 2-base all-in. We're getting up to 5 Raxes on 2 bases, so a massive delay on the 3rd CC. We were already dedicated on 2 bases, now even more committed. Borderline 2-base all-in. If Death Mars drones too much, then he might just die. For now, he's getting up to 2.5 base saturation. We have Roach Ravager amassing, getting into Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Maybe that got spotted. Roach Speed just now starting. Oh. Okay. It's a little bit concerning. As for now, creep is being denied. Just a slight presence here, even catching us on the Roaches. Clutch transfuse. Gotta be careful. They sort of step in, they do catch one of the queens. And nice pick up. 1 queen goes down, here comes the main push, here comes a 2-base all-in. We're going to be reinforced with more tanks and Liberators as well. Just rattling everything across the map. And there's no Ravagers to defend. Without Ravagers, there's nothing to punish the tanks. This might just be too much. Yeah, this might be too much here. Death Mars, he's taking up a little bit too much himself, going into his only main Roach Ravager. Baneling Speed is on the way, but it's going to be kicking in too late. It's going to be too late here. Ravagers now finally morphing in, but they're so delayed. Tanks are pushing forward. Again, there's no punish. They're wedging themselves in between the bases. Queens are trying to move in. 1 queen goes down, and now we commit. We have to commit here. Piles on the Bio Army? Oof. Ravagers looks like they're barely holding their own. They're trying to get on top of the tanks. It's still very messy. Very messy. They get 1. They get 2. Barely get 3. It's not worth it, though. Yeah, it's not worth it in the end. Zardian, he breaks on 3. Breaks through the Roaches. Breaks through the Ravagers. And Zardian, has he done it? Yeah, it looks like he has. The guy's mining at the 3rd. No anti-air. No queens remaining. And we're going to force the rematch. Oh god. Ah no. The reset match. Can we force it? Forcing friendly fire. Okay. A bit of friendly fire. Ravagers are going for the bile. 2 biles are not going to be enough. Just barely get on top of the tank. Whew. Okay, the drones are kept alive. True. Drones are still alive. Liberator into the main base was cleaned up. Drone save rotated towards the 4th base. Okay, so we actually have proper 3-base saturation. Remember, Zardian's all in. Zardian he has to kill. And the fact that he didn't deal any critical economic damage does put Zardian in a really rough position. Death Mars, he's on 71 drones. And he's still teching, by the way. He's getting an infestation pit. He's crazy. We need an army. What? Oh my god. But forward. He just droned. He's crazy. I mean, I think he gets away with it, but that was insane. He drones in the face of the all-in. Punish him, but kill him. Oh my god. That's illegal. Yeah, Lings are being cleaned up. Again, there's barely an army here. Queen's falling, Roach is falling as well, but no, he does force a lift. Death Mars, he's getting away with it. He gets away with the droning. He's crazy. Ay, ay, ay. And that was Zardian's moment. That was his moment to kill. That was his moment to end the game. He fails to do so. And the Super's lying to you. He's still droning, but he's still making 7 more drones. Oh, I mean, now there's a reason why. Nice Liberator harass. 9 drones going down. But again, we've still been droning so much here. The main army is lacking. Like, this army is lacking. Because he just kept making more drones. We need an army. Okay, 22 Lings on the way. Making 22 more Lings. Zardian taking his expansion, expanding away from his opponents. Taking his 3rd. Zardian, he has momentum. He's pushing forward. If given time, Death Mars can overwhelm, but he needs more time here. Again, he was just so greedy. Death Mars trying to collapse in. We get some okay Bane inclinations, but we need more Ling Bane. Yeah, not enough Ling Bane here. Too much greed. I say that Lings are barely being cleaned up. Oof. 3 Ravagers remaining. Death Mars, it looks like he's been missing injections. Yeah, there's no injection in the main base. No injection here at the 3rd. No injection at the 4th. He's lacking larva. He had 800 minerals, 1,000 gas. He's got a hive on the way. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I'm reminded of Rowdy. I'm getting some Rowdy PTSD flashbacks of like backseat coaching. I like to believe he's listening somewhere out there. Rowdy's a good friend, but we'd be backseating, and like there'd be like an all-in coming. He'd confirm the all-in. Then he throws down like 2 Evo chambers and infestation pit, and he starts like taking up. It's like, mate, what's going on? Like, what are we doing, Pappy? Ay, ay, ay. I mean, hey, Death Mars, he does barely hold, true, but these have been very, very clutch holds, and every single time he bleeds out drones. Like 9 more drones going down. So even then, his droning has been being punished, which makes him drone out more, which means he has less of an army for the push. Ay, ay, ay. It's like right now we don't need a hive. That's not what we need. Right, catching up 5 drones. 5 drones do go down. Once again, Death Mars, he is missing some injects. Yep. Once again, no inject in the main, at the natural, at the 3rd base. We need inject. We need larva. We need to spend our money. We need some more Roach Ravager to be the backbone of this. We've got 1 Ravager. This army is just so fragile right now. We're taking up into ultras. Again, very greedy. This is the end game, though. This is the win condition. Can we survive until ultra tech? I feel like he shouldn't. He should not survive. He's still droning. I mean, he lost workers, to be fair. Like, he did lose a lot of workers at the Liberators. That's on Death Mars. Bailey's rolling in. It's just been very messy. It's been very, very messy. We get some decent splits, decent spread. We have some infestors on the way. Once again, the Liberator harass has been insane, actually. How many drones have gone down this game? 37 drone kills, almost purely from Liberators. It's insane. More queens hitting courts. Show us the fungals. Ooh, doesn't connect. Lands the other fungal, but there's no follow-up. Yeah, there's no follow-up here. The fungal was wasted. Does catch the tank. Tank goes down. We should not be out here. Yo, Death Mars, what are you doing? What are we... Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Come back home. Starting his just a secure 3-base setup. Death Mars still trying to recover, still trying to build back up. It's just been very messy. Very, very messy. To be fair, Hive Larva is pretty good. True. You know what's better? Injections. We could also inject all of our bases. Oh my god. As we are taking up, we have 3-3 on the way. We have Cadis plating on the way. Death Mars has been building up a bank just because he hasn't been spending his resources here and he hasn't been spending his larva. So he's building up a bank and he has enough for that ultra switch. But if we don't spend our money soon, we could just topple over. Yeah, fungal lands. Once again, there's no real follow-up yet. Chain fungal. Oof. Does another fungal here. Death Mars is holding on. And here come the ultras. Now we can spend our resources. Ultra production has begun. Which I believe Death Mars is not quite ready for. Jump into today's audience. Not quite ready for. Now claiming his own 4th base. So the economy is still lacking for Death Mars. Earlier he was droning. We were being critical of his greed, but he's been losing a lot of workers to Liberators and he's not been able to replace them. That's also not hindering him. It's just very scrappy. Very, very scrappy game. Oh, the mine shot! Oof. Brutal connection. Mine shot pops off. We're trying to give chase. Kindness plating is done. And we catch other tanks. Oh my god, takes another mine shot to the face. The mine shot's bad. Mine shots are brutal. I appreciate the crease spread at least. Lands on the fungal. Does land. 3-3 is not yet done. Ultras are being focused down, losing another ultra. Down to 3. But has he done it? He breaks through. Yeah, he takes down the army. The final army does go down. He gets across the map. It's only 3 ultras, but he gets in. He gets in, Bappy. Oh no. As he takes down the mineral line. Oof, down to 2 ultralisks. Down to 2. But he's done it. Oh my god. As Professor goes down. Cleans up the final units. We do have a drop top left. But there are defenses. Yeah, there are defenses back at home. We have the safety infestor. We got the ultra as well. Death Mars, he defends, he attacks, and Death Mars, he's done it. It was very scrappy, very messy, by the way. There were multiple moments where Zardint almost won, where he almost just straight up killed Death Mars. It was very, very messy, very, very shaky. GG and Death Mars, he will claim the series 3-2, advancing on and becoming this week's Patches Patch Clash 5.4K Edition champion. GG. GG, well played. Death Mars, he had something, sorry, Zardian has something to say at the end. The queens, they're clowns, Bappy. Oh no. I mean, the Swarm Queens are quite good, but at the same time, regular queens are awful. Like, we saw that time and time again. That allowed for Mass Reaper to be as viable as it was throughout the course of this series due to the vulnerability of the queens and due to the need of those Swarm Queens as well. So it led into like some very aggressive games, very aggressive, very chaotic early games as well. GG, well played with that. Congratulations here to Defmars as well as claim the series. My condolences to Zardian, but a shout out to Zardian as well because hey, he made it to the finals. Did make a series out of it as well, and I'll be honest, he could have won this game. There were a couple of moments where he pulled back where I felt like he could have pressed his advantage, where we saw that Defmars was barely defending, just barely, and he was on the brink of being broken then and there, like 2, 3, 4 different times in that game. So again, this could have gone Zardian's way as well. Could have, barely did not. GG, well played. Whew. Hi. There we go. Queens weren't that important outside of the other game there. I mean, sure, yeah. I think most people watching, I feel like that's apparent. Like, it's just Zardian venting. Yeah, it's fine. Venting, baby, venting. But GG, well played, and with that, so we are wrapping up here for our morning broadcast. Congratulations here to Defmars, and a shout out to Patches for making this monstrosity of a patch, of a mod. Like, it's... Ah, no, not like this. And we got to experience a little bit of mid to late game, a little bit. Still a lot that went unseen and unscouted, but regardless, GG, well played, and with that... Oh. With that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the morning. Heading on over here to the rest of our schedule, we do have, likewise, if you want to see more of this, Patches does host these events on a regular basis. He does hatch the Open Cup version and the limited MMR version as well, on a semi-regular basis, so you can check it out over on Patches' respective streams. I know that sometimes Patches does cast it, sometimes we have like Dave Testa covering the event, or El Chanchito. I think Pig. I know that Pig plays the Green Arts mod. He might have played some Patches mod as well. So El Chanchito, and maybe some other commentators as well. We haven't covered it in quite some time. If lose 40 drones, Mega Ultra. True. You lost so many workers to Liberators. But regardless, GG well played. With that, we're going to be wrapping up. So again, thank you so much. Shout out to Patches. Patches, more notoriously known for being a map maker, but by day, but by night, he cooks in the kitchen. This god-awful mod. We're joking. We love it. It's a lot of fun. It's a breath of fresh air as well. And hey, it's great to see some of these players embrace it that much more and enjoy it and take advantage of it as well. Thankfully, we don't have too many Perceives, where Perceive does the best he can to avoid using any of the new features, meanwhile other players do embrace it. So big shout out to Patches, and also big shout out, thank you so much for the $6.90 donation. The tip, Pappy, thank you so much for the tip. Gracias. Thank you. As with that, we're going to be wrapping up for the morning. When it comes to our weekly schedule, we've been very busy as of late with GSL. As you can see here, we have more GSL action as well. This was last week's schedule. To be fair, we finally had the TLMC 22 finalist stream, and we should soon be having a TLMC or a seasonal kind of retrospective on the current map pool and on the previous TLMC 21 kind of predictions that we had as well. That'll be on the horizon. Meanwhile, we've been busy with GSL. GSL, the renovators this week, and we do live casts. For those who do not know, we do live cast GSL over on Soup, bearing in mind that we are not allowed, no one is allowed to live stream GSL on Twitch or YouTube. We live stream on Soup instead, and we do actually rebroadcast the VOD a couple of days later over the weekend. So the live casting is on Wednesday and Thursday. The rebroadcast is on Saturday and Sunday. The reasoning for that is because there is a cooldown period where we have to wait 48 hours. We have to wait 48 hours, otherwise the VOD gets taken down. So we have to wait 48 hours after the live event, and then we can showcase the VOD afterwards. So VODs are going to be released over the weekend. Live casting is, of course, live over on Soup on Wednesday and Thursday. This week we have the Pegasus Cup. We have Pegasus Cup replay cast tomorrow. We have Sparkling Tuna Cup on Tuesday. We have the Wardy TV Monday. That is later on tonight, of course, Monday evening. And we also have more Pegasus Cup action. We have someone else was talking about StarCraft Evolution 2v2. That is going to be on the 8th. That is going to be the 8th of May. And we also have, what else we have? We have the Pondcast on Friday. Has has been moved because of GSL. We have Sea Duckling Open over the weekend, and we have some Euthermal 2-2 action at the end of the week as well. Again, we cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast. We hold the title of most amount of content. We have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. I'm gonna go get some breakfast, I'm gonna go get some rest, I'm gonna go get some sleep, and try to get a nap in before the Wardy cast. You can hear me, I was already slurring my words a little bit. I barely got any sleep. We were adminning the thermal event last night. I got like 4 hours sleep, so did not get to get much sleep at all. So I'm gonna get a nap, rest up, and get into some more casting. As always, all the casting, all the StarCraft, man. So again, busy schedule. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Oh right, Kung Fu Cup. True. We also have Kung Fu Cup as well. There's a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft. Kung Fu Cup, StarCraft Evolution, GSL, PatchesSC Cup, Tuna Cups, Duckling Open, Masters 1 Open, Water TV Mondays, and more. Many more. Even events like this, even events like the Patches Patch Clash, or Amantis, or Code for Giants Cup, all the StarCraft. For now, though, gonna be heading off. Take care, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. Again, much love to Patches for supporting us. The soup, yes. Hold on, exclamation mark soup in the chat. Soup is Afrika TV. Afrika did rebrand as Soup like a year ago, 2 years ago. So you can check it out over on Soup. It's a lot of StarCraft. See, papi, see. There's too much StarCraft, papi. Too much. Nah. If I could cast more, I would, but I've reached my limits, especially nowadays because I do have some pet bunnies, so I do have some other obligations, so don't get to cast as much as we used to. We used to cast like twice a day every day. Now we cast like twice a day every other day, so we're calming it down a little bit. But otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys later on tonight for some Water TV Monday, or we'll see you guys tomorrow for some PatchesSC Cup. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Until next time, ciao, bye, ciao, hasta luego. See you next time. See you next time.